Testing, testing.
Okay, everybody ready? Good evening, everybody. In compliance with the Open Public Meetings Act of 1975, adequate notice of this meeting has been provided. Should any member of this board have reason to believe this meeting is being held in violation of that act, they should so state at this time. Hearing none, we will start with the Pledge of Allegiance. So we have all the overheads. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 11. So the alternates are not very. Okay, a roll call.
Mr. Becerra,
Here.
Mr. Jones,
Here.
Mr. Riggs,
Here.
Mr. Crowley, Mr. Gorgone,
Here.
Councilmember Bodnar,
Here.
Deputy Mayor McDade,
Here.
Mrs. Reed,
Here.
Mr. Lundholm,
Here.
Mr. Bedussis,
Here.
Mr. Crippen.
Here.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a resolution for adoption, 05-26-2026, Addis, Inc., 1317 Beach Avenue, Block 1146, lots 6 through 24. Any motion?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second, oh, sorry.
Got it.
Okay, do I have,
First and 2 seconds.
do we have a motion by Mr. Jones, seconded by Deputy Mayor McDade? Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Gorgone,
Yes.
Councilmember Bodnar,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor McDade,
Yes.
Mrs. Reed,
Yes.
Mr. Crowley, Mr. Lundholm,
Yes.
Mr. Riggs,
Yes.
Mr. Jones,
Yes.
Mr. Becerra.
I abstain.
Thank you.
And then we have the minutes of the April 14th meeting.
Make that motion. Second.
Yep.
Second.
Mr. Riggs motions, Mr. Lundholm seconds, is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Gorgone,
Yes.
You got shut out, Bob. twice.
Councilmember Bodnar,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor McDade.
Yes.
Mrs. Reed,
Yes.
Mr. Crowley.
Yes.
Mr. Lundholm,
Yes.
Mr. Riggs.
Yes.
Mr. Jones.
Yes.
Mr. Becerra.
Staying there as well.
Thank you.
Now. Okay, the only application tonight is RAJ Realty Investments LLC, 1501 and 1601 Idaho and Cape May Avenues, blocks 1177, 1178, 1188, and 1189, for preliminary major subdivision with hardship relief. Mr. Monzo? Turn your microphone on. Can everybody hear, by the way? Okay,
Okay, Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board.
speak into the microphone.
Please bring it
Thank you.
closer. Mr. Monzo, please bring it closer. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Chairman, members of the board. Anthony Monzo, representing the applicant, Raj Realty Investments LLC. We just need a couple minutes while the professionals set up the plans, and then we'll proceed with our presentation.
Mr. Monzo, do you have any exhibits tonight?
I have one exhibit.
Okay.
For the record, the exhibit is marked A1, and it's a prior decision that was rendered by the DEP with respect to the wetlands in this area back in 2000 when Velvento was developing its site. And we'll explain the reason for that as we go through the presentation.
I think we're short. Do you have any more?
We can share. We can share.
You can take mine.
So, here, pass them, so, Bill, and then I,
Give it to someone.
all right, okay.
I give up mine.
You got enough for down
Yeah,
there?
they do.
Did everybody get,
Yep.
everybody good? Okay.
My vote doesn't count. Sure. Yeah. I will. Share with Gary.
So I have with me Wasim Nader, who's a professional engineer who prepared the subdivision plan along with the stormwater management plan and the stormwater management report that was submitted with our application. Rob Antonasov is here. I don't plan on having him testify. He is the owner of the applicant Raj Realty Investments LLC. His family's owned this property since 1988. So this dates back several years, in fact, decades. So to give just a brief introduction, we do have a planner, too, that's not here yet that will provide some testimony. When he gets here, I'll introduce him as well, and he'll place his credentials on the record to be approved as an expert, along with Mr. Nader, who has not appeared before this board in the past. So, and I see a lot of people here because I think it's understandable that when the East Cape May Associates litigation was settled a few years ago, I think everyone thought that that eliminated any potential for development at Sewell Point. However, that property that was owned by East Cape May Associates never included these 4 blocks that are along Maryland, and they're the first 2 blocks past Pittsburgh on the north side, actually 4 blocks. So this project was never part of that. And I think there was also an understanding or misunderstanding over the years that all of this land was wetlands. And as we go through our presentation, we'll provide testimony, and also we have an exhibit in the stormwater management report that has a letter of interpretation issued by the Department of Environmental Protection last year that approved the boundary for the wetlands and also applied a 150-foot buffer. So this development project will not impede the wetlands, and it will satisfy all the buffer requirements, with the exception of some minor buffer averaging and transition area averaging requests that will be made and will be consistent with the DEP rules. But until we get feedback from the planning board and we know what can be approved locally, it's premature to seek the averaging plan and the transition area waiver. So that's why we're here now. We're only seeking preliminary approval, and there are some hurdles that still need to be attained, and that includes the 2 DEP permits. We also need to pursue an amendment to the water quality management plan, because at the time the Sewell Point tract litigation was ongoing, the DEP accepted the city's plan endorsement. And as a result of that plan endorsement, almost all of Sewell Point was deemed to be not in the sewer service area, with the exception of a few blocks further east toward the Coast Guard base across from the beach club that the DEP was willing to approve as part of a settlement, which ultimately was rejected by the Army Corps of Engineers. So this application is, even though the applicant owns 4 full city blocks, this is 4 blocks, 1177 and 1178, and the applicant is seeking to subdivide those 2 blocks into 22 fully conforming single-family residential lots that meet all of the standards for the R1 PW zone, which is Residential 1 Preserved Wetlands. So the city has adopted zoning ordinances that have the wetlands and the environmental areas in mind, and that's why this applicant is developing this project in a way that it is. There are 3 lots in this that are not going to be developed. 2 of them border on the east that are small, irregular lots, which the applicant will deed restrict. There's a large lot in the middle that is mostly in a transition area that the applicant, at this point, is not able to deed restrict because of what needs to happen at DEP. And typically, when DEP approves transition area waivers or buffer averaging, they will condition those types of approvals on conservation easements for lands that are not being developed. So we want to just keep that option because things may have to change between preliminary and final, but the one thing that's going to be consistent is the applicant will comply with all of the DEP regulations and will condition any approval on getting the additional relief that's needed, and that is amending the water quality management plan. And also, these are all paper streets that were laid out when these blocks were laid out. They lead nowhere other than to lands that are already preserved as part of the East Cape May settlement. So the city is requesting and conditioning, would ask that approval be conditioned on vacating the streets, which is a function of the city council. And typically, when the streets lead to no land that can be developed and doesn't landlock any developable parcel or any land that is developed, the streets are typically vacated because the streets preliminarily belonged to the applicant and ultimately became subject to a public right-of-way, which are public streets. So when the city decides those streets are no longer needed, they revert back to the property owner. And this will have new streets that are laid out as part of the subdivision plan. So I just wanted to give, and especially since there are several people here that, again, are concerned about this application mainly because of the wetlands and because of the East Cape May settlement, if I may, I just want to give a little bit of history, and I'm familiar with it. I know Craig is, I know Bill is. And, you know, this case with East Cape May Associates went back to 1988, which is actually the same year that these parcels were acquired by the applicant. And back then, the applicant received approval to build 366 single-family homes in Sewell Point on about 100 acres of land, and that approval was received before the adoption of the New Jersey Freshwater Wetlands Protection Act. However, what the applicant needed to do in addition to dealing with wetlands issues is get a permit under the Coastal Area Facilities Review Act, CAFRA, and that's where there was some pushback by DEP. There was initially a rejection. Ultimately, in an attempt to try to settle litigation, because the applicant in that case pursued inverse condemnation, the DEP was willing to allow 64 single-family homes to be built along Maryland Avenue directly across from the Beach Club. That offer was not only rejected by the applicant, but also opposed by several groups, including the American Littoral Society, because they were, in fact, wetlands. So in that case, the applicant was seeking to fill wetlands, and the DEP was doing whatever it could to get out of the litigation. So they were trying to settle with some limited development in lieu of having a large award for inverse condemnation. The courts ultimately rejected that offer because it was not permitted under the CAFRA regulations, so it was ultimately remanded back to the agency, DEP, to come up with a method of offering amelioration for the lack of ability to develop those lands, which resulted in a settlement agreement that was reached between DEP, the applicant, East Cape May Associates, and the city of Cape May was involved not as a defendant in the case, but the city was obligated, based on a 1950s agreement, to provide all of the infrastructure for that project. So the city wanted to make sure, number one, is there was only limited development there, and secondly, that its obligations to put in the infrastructure were addressed. So it was approved actually for 81 units in that same location, plus there were 14 affordable housing units just east of Pittsburgh Avenue. The problem is the Army Corps of Engineers took a look at it and said that these are wetlands under our jurisdiction because they were connected to the harbor, a navigable waterway. So the Army Corps of Engineers took jurisdiction over the matter, rejected the settlement, and therefore it went back to the drawing board. Another solution was offered with about 110 units just off of Pennsylvania Avenue in the northwest quadrant of the tract. And a group of citizens in East Cape May got together and formed a group that fought that as well because of the DEP basically ignoring its own rules, which ultimately resulted in a settlement with some monetary compensation and no development in the Sewell Point tract. The developer did retain some small parcels of land just east of Pittsburgh Avenue that is still owned by East Cape May Associates. But none of that involved these 4 blocks. These 4 blocks have always been independent and have always been partially obstructed by wetlands in the 2 blocks that are further east, but the 2 blocks that are being developed have no wetlands and do have some transition areas that are being complied with. In reading some of the comments and concerns, and there, again, sure, Dennis.
You just said these 2 properties contain no wetlands?
The 2 blocks that are being proposed, there may be some wetlands in the very front of them, but there's well within the 150-foot transition area that was,
According to your paperwork, the entire core of the 2 blocks is wetlands, according to the DEP.
no, according to DEP, all of the development is outside of the wetlands, all of the proposed development is outside of the wetlands and also outside of the
There's a little
150-foot
confusion.
buffer.
I think Mr. Monzo's talking about the area where the houses are being built is not wet. What you're talking about is the balance of the block.
Yeah. They said there was no wetlands in the block.
There's wetlands on,
It was semantics.
yes. Yeah.
The 2 blocks where the development is going to occur certainly contains wetlands.
In the-
Where your development is proposed is the uplands portion of those 2 blocks.
That's
But there are
correct.
certainly wetlands in those 2 blocks, so you were correct.
But not significant enough to prevent the development that's being proposed, along with the transition areas that have been required by DEP in its letter of interpretation.
We need to swear you in.
Yeah, I got to.
Yeah, let me just finish, and then we'll bring you up to provide some testimony.
Tony, before we go any further, we need to swear the professionals in, including our board.
Okay, why don't we do that now? I have Wasim Nader, if you want to just place your credentials, you want to swear him in?
Let's
or-
swear him in first.
Then we'll have him place his credentials.
Raise your hand.
Craig,
Do you
Craig,
swear or
Craig,
affirm,
Craig as well.
and Craig, do both of you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
I do.
While he's here, I just want to have him place his credentials on the record so the board can accept him as an expert. Mr. Nader?
You may want to pick up the microphone, so.
Oh, sure, absolutely. So name is Wasim Nader, W-A-S-S-I-M-N-A-D-E-R. I am a licensed professional engineer in the state of New Jersey. Since 1992, I have appeared before several hundred planning boards up and down, basically the state of New Jersey. I am the principal of the Nader Group, and I am the CEO. I also have a bachelor's degree and a master's degree in civil engineering. I also teach at NJIT as a professor in the civil engineering department. These are my credentials.
Are all your licenses current?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman?
Anybody have an issue?
No.
No? Okay, thank you.
Before I go to
Thank
Mr. Nader, I just want to make a few more points, and then we'll have him provide some testimony. And we talked about this land never being owned by East Cape May Associates and therefore not part of the settlement. We talked about it being not fully encumbered by wetlands. There's sufficient upland area to meet the development project with a 150-foot buffer. I introduced, or I provided Exhibit A1, which is a letter of interpretation from 2000. The DEP at that time, with respect to these same wetlands, determined that they were just intermediate resource value and only applied a 50-foot buffer. So when the Valvento project was developed, the wetlands that are on this property were determined to be just intermediate resource value and a 50-foot buffer. And the reasoning was most of the wetlands in this area were the result of dredging of the harbor and dredge materials that ultimately became wetlands in this area. So they didn't look at it at that time as having any significant resource value. Things may have changed. For the purposes of this application, we're accepting the DEP's classification of these wetlands as exceptional resource value, and therefore presenting a project that is within the 150-foot transition area.
Tony, wasn't that other previous designation the result of litigation?
It was litigation within the agency. It was an administrative law decision that was reached by the administrative law judge. And then ultimately, the commissioner of DEP, who has the ability to either reject or accept the decision of the administrative law judge, accepted it and assigned a 50-foot buffer to the wetlands. And that decision is on the last page. Next to the last page is actually, it's highlighted in yellow where it says, for the foregoing reasons, it is my conclusion, and this was Bradley Campbell, who was the DEP commissioner, it is my conclusion that the petitioner has established by preponderance of the evidence, credible evidence, that the wetlands complex north and west of this property, which is Velventa, the old Shelton College site, is not documented habitat for threatened or endangered species, and thus does not support an exceptional resource value designation. The 50-foot buffer applies. It's academic, really, because we...
The representation is that you've actually designed this plan to incorporate the 150-foot buffer.
Yes.
And Mr. Monzo, and that is the most stringent, 150 foot is the most stringent that there is as far as development purposes, correct?
Unless you're in a flood hazard area, which is 300-foot.
Yeah, all right, you're right, that's our, yeah, repair,
Buffer
yeah.
to the high bank as
Yeah,
opposed to the
okay.
wetland, so. Again, the objectors are here, they have a right to be here. I know there's a lot of concern, but I think a lot of their concerns are based on lack of information as opposed to just straight opposition to this project. I'm not saying that with any certainty, but I think it's why I went through this background. I wanted to make sure everybody understood what the history of this site was. So with that, I'd like to have Mr. Nader come forward and explain the plan, address any concerns that the board has, and also just explain some of the one variance, by the way, that we're asking for is there's only one variance. Everything else is by right. And, you know, the planning board doesn't have the ability to deny a project based on DEP environmental concerns, but can only condition approval on getting all of those approvals from the state agency, which has exclusive jurisdiction over the wetlands. The only variance is a retaining wall, which is higher than the 2 feet that is required, and Mr. Nader will go through the reasons for that. The 2 undersized or irregular lots that, if they were going to be developed, would require a variance because we are going to deed restrict them and just make them excess land. It does not, based on the definition of a lot, require a variance. And it's also an advantage because by making lots bigger, so if we just took these undeveloped or unbuildable lots and made them part of the other lots, you count that square footage when you're looking at lot coverage and when you're looking at floor area ratio. So this plan was to try to have these lots pretty uniform and all consistent with the R1 PW zoning chart, and not have these big lots that people can build larger homes on and provide more lot coverage than would otherwise be permitted under this zone. So I think the environment was considered when this layout was being developed. So if Mr. Nader can come forward. Okay.
Is that a colorized version of what we have in front of us? Do you want to mark that as A2 and put today's date on it as well?
Yes.
And make sure you leave that for the record, okay?
What sheet that we have is that?
C101. So it's a color version of C101 marked as Exhibit A2.
Before you get to that, Tony, could you go through the waiver requests you're looking for?
I'm not sure what waivers were, I went through the comments, Craig, and I'm not sure, I think we addressed
So,
everything.
let me address the board.
Yeah, okay.
It might be appropriate. So, we're not used to dealing with major subdivisions. I mean, this board has granted them in the past, but it's, you know, we get, in Cape May, most of the land is already developed, so it's not something that we deal with a lot. When I do, in my review memorandum, I do a completeness review and identify the items of the checklist that have not been provided and make recommendations as to whether the application is complete or not. Ultimately, if you recall, on any application, we always vote, the board votes on those waivers. So in this case, the elephant in the room is the wetland stuff. So one of the checklist items is the wetlands. So it might be prudent for us to discuss that and vote on that and deem the application complete or incomplete before we get into all of the, the testimony and everything from the applicants. So on page 3 of 10 of my report, there are 2 checklists from which the information was not provided. Under the C and D variance checklist, item number 12 is a certified list of properties. Subsequent to my issuing this report, that information was provided. So item number 12 has been addressed. They are seeking preliminary major subdivision approval tonight. So they would have to, if they were granted approval, they would have to come back and get final approval at another date. So we have a checklist for preliminary approval, and we have a checklist for final approval. Under the checklist for preliminary approval, there were 2 items in which the applicant had not provided the information that was required. Item F, which is a copy of any protective covenants or deed restrictions applying to land being subdivided, shall be submitted with the preliminary plat. Now, there are numerous easements on this parcel, stormwater easements, sanitary sewer access easements. All of those documents would have to be provided, as well as there would be, I believe, and this hasn't been mentioned yet, but I'm going to ask this as a question to the applicant. There is a proposed homeowners association, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So those documents typically would be submitted for review and reviewed by the board and ultimately approved. So that's letter F. I recommended that this information could be provided prior to our final major subdivision approval. Typically, in the preliminary stages, we could be moving streets around or, dealing with stormwater revisions and stuff like that. So ultimately, we typically address those prior to final approval. So it's more of a deferment to final. Letter I, and this is the elephant in the room, I think. So there is a requirement that the applicant submits information related to the wetlands. And it says, where a development or any improvements are made to any brook, stream, channel, wetlands, or shoreline, the plans for such improvements shall be approved by the State Department of Environmental Protection, Cape May County Planning Board, and all other governmental agencies having jurisdiction over the matter. So, and I indicate evidence of New Jersey DEP approvals is required. The applicant also mentioned in their opening they need to amend the water quality management plan that would allow them to sewer this property. So those would be typically the approvals that we would need in order to grant approval. So that is a checklist for preliminary approval. However, in this case, and they've indicated that it doesn't, and I'm summarizing or just kind of
Paraphrasing.
putting it in my own words, but they're saying that it doesn't make sense for them to permit this, their transition area waivers and modification lines. It doesn't make sense to do that, come to this board with the possibility that you guys require something different and then having them to go back and have to re-permit it again with the DEP. So they think that it makes sense for us to consider this, grant preliminary approval conditioned on them going back and getting all those necessary approvals. That's what they're asking us. So that's the waiver. And if I said that wrong or am not making sense of that, you guys should testify and justify the waivers.
And that's also consistent with the municipal land use law in section 4055D-22B. It says where approvals from other governmental agencies are required, the planning board shall condition approval on the subsequent approval of such other agency. It's impossible to get all these other approvals and then come for preliminary approval because things change. We don't know what they're going to want. We don't know. We want to have an approved plan, at least preliminarily, so that we can go to the DEP and say, this is what, we meet all the local zoning requirements. This is what we have. We need a couple areas of relief with the waiver of the transition area and also with the buffer averaging and the amendment to the water quality management plan, the street vacations. We actually did talk to the city administration about this, and they encouraged us. In fact, they said, we're not even going to consider a street vacation ordinance until you go to the planning board and seek preliminary approval. They told us this was the first step. So we're basically following their direction as opposed to trying to get all these other permits and approvals, which requires city council to take some action, including on a water quality management plan amendment. It's going to come to the city council, and they're going to have to pass a resolution of no objection. They don't want to do that. At least the message I got from the administration is they don't want this coming to city council until we first go to the planning board and get preliminary approvals. So we're
Mr. Monzo, I'm sorry, I just wanted to ask, will you be going to the Cape May County Planning Board in advance of the DEP application?
We've already submitted the application to the county planning.
Did you get approval?
No,
Okay.
we just submitted.
Just submit it? Okay. Are you on their docket for a meeting?
They typically approve it administratively.
Okay.
And then if there's a rejection, they'll send it back, and we have to just modify plans.
Will we be notified of that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
What I was going to say is it makes sense that the governing body would never touch an application like this for a water quality management plan amendment or street vacation without the planning board fully vetting it. So that's why it was recommended that they come here first from the administration.
And just in my general practice, I've been doing this for a long time, I've never gotten DEP approvals before getting either a site plan or a subdivision approval, because that usually takes much longer. It's going to take about a year to go through the water quality management plan amendment, and it may take shorter to go through DEP for the wetlands relief that we're seeking. But it's a process, and
CAFRA as
not having an approved plan, just,
CAFRA as well? CAFRA?
it's not CAFRA. It's not a CAFRA project, it's 22 units.
Okay.
If we exceeded 24, it would be
So-
under CAFRA's
So the two
jurisdiction.
remaining units don't count as lots?
No.
And,
Can I ask Craig a question?
sure.
On the preliminary approval, the city has the authority and the ability to require an environmental impact statement as a part of the submission. And so my question is, this is a two-parcel division into 22, actually 25 lots, but it's surrounded on three sides by the Brodesser Tract, which is, by all accounts, FEMA and DEP and the Army Corps of Engineers, is an environmentally sensitive area of the highest significant priority in terms of environmental sensitivity. If that's the context of where this piece of property is located, why shouldn't we require a comprehensive environmental impact statement on that area before we proceed any further on this project?
I looked at that, and I was very stunned that an environmental impact statement was not a checklist requirement of either the C and D variance or the preliminary subdivision.
It is under our code, section 417-5C.
I believe it's covered in the site plan requirements, but it's not covered in the major subdivision requirements. The checklist that's in our code does not have a requirement that they have to provide an environmental impact statement. Now, that being said, your point is valid, because this is environmentally sensitive area. Now, our...
FEMA says it's their most environmentally
Yeah,
sensitive.
so, okay. I'm trying to just get a grasp on this. When they go to DEP permitting, they're going to be required to submit a CAFRA compliance statement, which is far more intensive than our requirements for, what our requirements are for a environmental impact statement. We typically allow them to submit those CAFRA compliance statements in lieu of. So, that would be something that I would ask them to do, certainly.
As a condition?
As a condition.
Okay. Sorry. As a condition.
Well, personally, I would like to see that kind of a study done before any other movement on this project is taking place, because
So Dennis, are you saying a study or are you saying a statement? Because
an environmental impact analysis, which is.
impact analysis, so you actually want to study?
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make
Yeah.
sure that the
Yeah, I want to
language
study
is
just
clear.
like it-
The problem with us getting an environmental impact statement is that there is no prescribed buffer in our ordinance. There's no prescribed requirements for them addressing certain environmental constraints. That's why they always leave it to the New Jersey DEP. So we can't apply stuff that's not in our ordinance to their development because there's nothing in our code. So we'll get that, we'll see that it might be environmentally sensitive, but where do we go from there?
But how are we sure that DEP will examine each of these? There's 2 pages of required areas to study in an environmental impact statement. In our code, how are we going to be sure that the DEP does that kind of comprehensive job on all of those 2 pages, including things like wildlife and rare and endangered species and the whole thing?
All of it. I was preparing a CAFR compliance statement this morning, so I'm very familiar with them. They are extremely comprehensive. You have to go through essentially the entire CAFR code and demonstrate that you comply with every chapter that's in there.
And it's not just within the 2 parcels of land we're talking about now, it's within the surrounding area of that whole, see, because my thinking on this is that the city and lots of folks spend time and money on this Brodesser tract problem. It is the most complicated, complex land acquisition we've ever had down here. And it's all hinging on the environmental sensitivity of this area, not just these 2 pieces of land. The entire area is an ecosystem. It was sold and concluded as a comprehensive ecosystem covering that whole area. And if we start a process that chisels off a little piece of land, even if the individual is by right entitled to submit plans for that, we need to make sure that something doesn't get out of whack, and it'll be too late to fix it.
Understood. We are not environmental experts.
Correct.
That's why we always defer to the outside jurisdictional agency, which is the New Jersey DEP, to, one, evaluate what, the impacts of this development are on the surrounding area, vegetation, fauna, et cetera.
So wouldn't it be better to table this whole issue until that study is done so that we are comfortable with what it's going to do to us?
I can tell
We
you
met-
from a legal standpoint, if it's not in the code in terms of what is required from the applicant to proceed here today, which is, my understanding, it's not based upon what Craig has
It's
said.
not a checklist
It's not
requirement.
a checklist requirement, notwithstanding that there may be other sections within the code, then the applicant is not under a requirement to produce one, although I would imagine that in order to get final approval, you could ask the applicant to produce that before ultimately final approval is granted.
Actually, that's not what I was said, that's what I just said. What I said was, why can't we just postpone the deliberation of this applicant until the state does that study?
The problem with that is that ultimately, this applicant needs to have certain direction from this board on preliminary approval before he can get all of the ducks in a row to ultimately resolve a lot of the environmental concerns.
What I'm hearing, Dennis, is there's a lot of people, a lot of eyes on this project, and it looks like the first one has to be us. That's the direction I'm getting from all the professionals.
You may very well approve this preliminarily, and it go to the DEP, and they might find issue with it, and they may have to come back with a whole new drawing, depending, on their work, and bring back an amended preliminary and final subdivision application at some point.
I think.
We have no idea what is going to happen after we're done, but we give them the initial direction of, okay, your street widths are okay, your roadways or network is okay, the parking is okay, and it establishes how much room that they need to do what they're going to do, And then whether they can permit it or not is a totally different question left up to the New Jersey DEP.
Would it ever
think
get to a
the-
point
well-
where the DEP would say, this whole project is too adjacent to environmentally sensitive areas to proceed?
I don't know what they're going to say.
Mr. Monzo, the title owner of the Sewell Tract is NJDEP, correct?
That's correct.
So, I mean, if, the major concern here is us knowing prior to any final approval, whether or not the DEP has gone through that environmental impact
It's
checklist.
called a CAFR compliance
Client
statement.
statement, okay. And to ensure that they have looked at this and scrutinized it to understand if there will be, either now or at some future point in time.
So Tony, didn't you just say this is not a CAFRA permit?
It is not a CAFR project.
But the permitting is under the umbrella of CAFR.
The DEP Land Use Regulation Program will vet it from an environmental standpoint, not just looking at transition areas. And I just want to point out, the city has zoned this area R1 PW. Craig laid out in his review memo the intent and purposes of the R1 PW zone, and this applicant meets all of those requirements, with the exception of one variance for the retaining wall, and there's justification for that, which we will provide. I mean, if the city didn't want any development here, they could have zoned this just conservation areas, no development. They wouldn't do that because it creates problems, legal problems, to try to zone somebody out of any substantial or any economic benefit from land, especially that predates any zoning changes. And again, if this applicant had come in here in 2000, when the Velvento project was being developed, I think it would have been a much more intense development, because there would have been much more land to work with. And it would have eliminated the retaining wall waiver. The only reason the retaining wall variance is needed is because of the transition areas and the inability to slope the lands down into the transition areas, so as to not disturb the transition areas. The applicant is looking to do a series of retaining walls that are higher than what is otherwise permitted under the code. And because it's in the zoning code, I would typically look at it as a waiver, and Craig identifies it as variance. I'm not disagreeing with him because it's something that's in the zoning code.
So this would come back to the board again?
This has to come.
Has to come back to the board.
They're only asking for preliminary approval tonight. It has to come back to the board before they can create lots.
And to the extent that the environmental issues are of grave concern here, which they obviously are, normally or sometimes, final site plan approval is given subject to a condition later on that they get the DEP approvals. I would suggest that in this particular case, when they come back for final site plan approval, subdivision approval, that you make sure that you have all of the environmental data in front of you before that is actually granted.
And would that be for final approval then at that time?
Correct.
Final approval.
Be for final. So then there'd be the possibility of seeing even renderings of what the houses would look like, and
No, but it would also be, we're making it subject to the council vacating the streets.
yeah,
There's a lot of moving
Yeah.
parts here.
Them getting approval for the modification of the wastewater management plan, that's the major hurdle.
yeah. Okay.
And
Tie into water and sewer, none of that exists, so.
I mean, there has been, it was reviewed by the superintendent of water sewer department, so it is available. And I just want to touch on why this is not in a sewerable area. At the time when all the litigation was going forward, the city had their plan endorsement, Craig maybe remember this.
I know.
And a
all
new
about
plan endorsement application had to be submitted, and everything in Sewell Point was said, we're never going to develop this. I'm not sure if it was based on an understanding that it was all owned by East Cape May Associates, but they did carve out those blocks on Maryland Avenue where the DEP was going to allow development. So right now, you have, I think, 3 or 4 blocks across from the Beach Club that are in the sewer service area, but can never be developed. And you have 4 blocks here, only 2 of which we're looking to develop, that are outside the sewer service area. So it's almost like a trade-off of one for the other. And the only reason these were lumped in with everything is because of everything going on with Sewell Point litigation. Okay,
I have another question with regard to affordable housing. It's noted that you will be required to have 4 units. So before this obviously would come back for final, or even before council, I'd like to know what the plan is associated with that. I understand that you can do a contributing for the .4, but the 4 units need to be identified.
Yeah, and that's, the areas have not been identified. They are exploring areas for that. Obviously, that's a condition of approval, and we also agree that that will be phased, so that for every 4 market rate lots for which permits are issued, there has to be 1 affordable unit provided, 1 out of 4, 20%. And also, under the ordinance that, unless it's changed, Craig, when you're doing set-aside, 20% set-aside, you're allowed a 40% density bonus. We're not taking advantage of that. It would throw us over the CAFR limit, but again, this is all environmentally sensitive development on large lots, totally consistent with the residential, with the most stringent residential standards that exist in Cape May.
The board's familiar with the density bonus because Harbor Cove subdivision took advantage of that, and I explained that to the board back in the day. So I agree with Mr. Monzo's comment there. Yes, they could take advantage of a density bonus, and they're not doing so. That being said, I think we're starting to get into testimony. It's my recommendation that we vote on completeness now on those 2 checklist items, letter F and I, under the major subdivision checklist under 445-28 on page 3 of my report, and just make sure that the board is okay with granting those waivers and moving on with reviewing this application.
Can I, if we have specific questions, as Bob said, on what style housing and so on, more about the development, that should be held till the next meeting? Or is that something we do tonight?
Well, unless you're prepared to explain to us how many bedrooms and the style and the usage of the
We
homes?
haven't gotten that far yet.
Okay.
Not that far.
All right, so,
Yeah, and these are just lots at this point, fully conforming, so there's just a footprint of development that's being approved. And, each homeowner would have to come in, if they are sold as lots, with its plan. It may not, we're not looking at track housing. We're going to build every house looking the same. So similar to what happened, along Beach Avenue where the Christian Admiral was, people will buy lots and build homes that will go through whatever approval process is necessary and, consistent with the neighborhood scheme.
Craig, are pools permitted in this area?
Yes, pools are approved accessory use to a principal single-family dwelling.
Tony, I did have a question about your plan for the size of the houses. Your plans seem to show anywhere between 9,400 and 10.
No, that's a lot size.
It's lots of,
That's a
No,
lot.
it says, oh, it's a lot size, I'm sorry, yeah, okay.
I think, are we looking for a motion for completeness at this time? I'll make that motion.
Thank you.
I have one more question. The water supply in our town is in jeopardy, and how do these 22 homes fit in with pools into that? Has that been explored?
Right now, there's a motion on the floor to deem this application as complete. Your question really goes more to the application itself. So there's a motion there. I haven't heard a second at this point.
Perhaps we could just ask you to clarify that. There might be some questions. You're asking us only to vote on
Completeness.
the completeness,
Right.
okay.
It's the waivers,
Do you want-
that are
Ms.
identified.
Reed,
For
you're
us to move
comfortable?
forward tonight on
I'm
that.
looking at
A
Marilyn.
lot of times what we do is do these at the end, and listen to the whole thing, but these, I think, on an application like this, I think we should either deem them complete or incomplete, so that we don't waste our time if we deem them incomplete and waste everyone's time in the audience. Make sure that the board is comfortable with granting these waivers and moving on into the application review.
So,
It doesn't mean that they're not going to meet the requirements of the waiver later on. It just means we're not asking for it right now. And
beyond that, though, there's a motion that is on the table to have this application deemed as complete. If you vote yes, you're voting that it is complete and the application for preliminary subdivision approval will move forward tonight. If you vote no, then that ends tonight's hearing on this issue. The applicant then will submit and resubmit, and you'll be right back here with respect to this application. So really, the only two waivers that they're seeking are the ones that are identified in Craig's report on page 3, items F and I. And both of those items have been recommended as recommended by Craig as to waiver and move forward. So I've heard a motion, but not a second.
I'll second.
Okay. Mr. Riggs motions, Deputy Mayor McDade seconds. Mr. Gorgone?
Yes.
Councilmember Bodnar?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor McDade?
Yes.
Mrs. Reed?
Yes.
Mr. Crowley?
No.
Mr. Lundholm?
Yes.
Mr. Riggs?
Yes.
Mr. Jones?
Yes.
Mr. Bezerra?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Nader?
Since Tony has done such a terrific job talking about engineering, I was going to tell him, go ahead and continue.
Well, you're the
No.
expert, so what I say doesn't matter. So So if you can just explain the project, and I want you to focus, as you do, as you explain it, on the road and the retaining wall, because that's the only issue that I think has been identified as something that requires a variance. So
Yeah, absolutely. If I may, I know we identified this one as Exhibit A2. On the reverse, I'm sorry?
Is your microphone on?
It's-
I'm not sure everyone in the back can hear you.
I will try not to scream. Is this good? All right. I'm going to start with this one. This is actually C102. I'm going to name
We have to mark that then, that's going to be A3.
A3.
Today's date.
See,
Is there a number on that? Is that part of the application, just not colorized? Or is colorized?
see,
Thank you.
C102, yep.
do we have 102?
I didn't see this.
So it's part of your plan.
The big one? Is that the big one? Okay.
What we decided to do is to basically bring two exhibits that give you, can you see? You're all right? Okay. That give you the ability to see the proposed subdivision relative to the adjacency, to the adjacent uses to our lots, to our proposed subdivision. As you can see in here, we're basically situated between 1178, 1179. Maryland Avenue is situated at the center of our sheet in here. This is the background of our exhibit, is the aerial map of the location. So you could see on the lower half of the sheet are the existing homes that presently exist, with the exception of some new development taking place on the upper side of Valvento. And then the upper side of the sheet in here represents basically the subdivision that we are proposing, which is a 22-lot subdivision fully conforming, with the exception of the variances that or the waivers we just voted on. So what we did is we shaded the area that represented the wetlands. Now, to give you a little bit of brief history, we worked with the DEP over the course of almost 2 years. We went out, we delineated the wetlands, we met with the DEP. It's a very, very tough site to get into. I'd be highly surprised to even find anything, which I didn't find anything that existed within the area. Nevertheless, something different subject. We met on site several times. At the end, we agreed as to where the line is and where the wetlands line is located, for which we surveyed and located on our existing plan. So what you see before you with the subdivision plans that we submitted, you will see the location of the wetlands basically relative to the boundary of the site, an exact location. It is represented here on this Exhibit A3 as well. And as you could tell, the subdivision does not encroach onto the wetlands. It basically takes Brooklyn Avenue and extends Brooklyn Avenue, and because of the buffer that the DEP gave us regarding the wetlands, which is the highest buffer that it can give to a wetland, which is 150 feet, We decided to stay as far away from the wetlands as possible. So we did not completely maintain that right-of-way, that existing right-of-way at Brooklyn Avenue. We actually started with it and then made a bend into our property and created a brand-new right-of-way that will allow us to create lots on either side of the proposed road. So as you come in off of Brooklyn, you come all the way through the property into the very first part of the subdivision, you get to a stop sign, you make a left into a new road again that parallels Maryland. That road takes you all the way, it's identified as Cedar Court, takes you all the way to a cul-de-sac, and then at the end of the cul-de-sac, the first cul-de-sac, you drop down south in the direction of the lower part of the sheet to another cul-de-sac. And again, we propose the lots on either side of the proposed roadway within our property.
Sir, excuse me, a question. So you would be bringing in construction vehicles along Brooklyn? It's the only access point?
Well, right now, this is the proposed access, the main
Yeah,
access
okay.
point. However, we have an
I'm just trying to
emergency.
clarify, the audience is not able to see it, so I just want to clarify.
Yes,
For those
absolutely.
listening at home. Okay.
We do have a proposed, at the end of the cul-de-sac, the second cul-de-sac, which is closer to Maryland, or the Paper Street portion of Maryland, we do have a proposed emergency access that ties into Baltimore, I believe. So vehicles, construction vehicles can use that access if need be, and they have a dual ability, whether it's Brooklyn or Baltimore. As I said earlier, the proposed subdivision completely stays away from the wetlands themselves. However, we do encroach onto the buffers, for which we prepared a buffer averaging plan. A DEP allows you to submit for a permit for buffer averaging. So if you take portion of the buffer, you have to give them back equal amount, whether in length or in square feet. And that's what we did, and that's what we designed this subdivision to basically take only as needed in order to allow us to create the 22-lot subdivision, and we found areas that we gave it back to the DEP. Now, again, as stated earlier, we will be, upon receiving, hopefully an approval, we will be going to the DEP for several permits, and those permits are also identified on the sheets. I believe it's the grading and landscape plan that you have before you. It will be general permit, transition area waiver, a couple general permits and transition area waivers. In order to remain away from the wetlands, and in order to remain or maintain the disturbance to the minimum possible, which is the footprint of the road, the curbing on the road, the sidewalk associated with it, we basically were in need to create or to build a retaining wall at the edge. Because if we did not do a retaining wall, as all of you would know, you'd end up with an embankment from the edge of the road down to a limit where you meet existing conditions, existing grade condition. So in order to limit that additional disturbance, we proposed a retaining wall, for which that retaining wall ended up being higher than 2 feet. Now, that was one reason, one main reason. The second reason is that the utilities, the proposed utilities within the road network that we are proposing, such as the sewer system that we are proposing, we elected to keep it as a gravity sewer line. And in order to keep it a gravity sewer line, we basically needed to have a certain elevation on the road to maintain that depth of that sewer line and tied to the existing conditions or to the existing sewer system within Brooklyn, Maryland, and so on. Those two conditions dictated where the elevation, the roadbed elevation, and the final elevation is going to be. And again, that dictated then as to where the edge of the road is going to be and how far we can take that edge of the road out and how much disturbance we will end up having. So again, I go back to what I stated earlier, which is we ended up building a retaining wall or proposing a retaining wall, not building it yet, proposing a retaining wall at the edge of the road to limit the disturbance to the buffer.
Can you trace on that exhibit where that retaining wall is with the varying heights?
Absolutely. It's actually shown also on your plan. I believe it's on the grading and landscape plan with designation of TW, BW, top of wall, bottom of wall, and each one of them gives you an elevation as to what the top of wall elevation is, what the bottom of wall. The difference between them represents the height of that wall. So having said that,
Excuse me, sir,
Yes.
for the public, can you give us what's the minimum, what's the,
so the maximum height that I recall looking at the plan is approximately 7 feet. It's either exactly 7 feet or 6.9
Is
feet.
that above grade or above sea level?
It's above grade. At the very beginning, as we start with our road from basically the intersection of Maryland and Brooklyn, the retaining wall is approximately 1.9 feet. But as we get into the site, it varies from that point. Now, that elevation, that 6.9-foot elevation, is not on the road. It's actually, I haven't gotten to that yet, but it's actually behind the homes in order, again, to limit the disturbance associated with the construction or the building of these homes to the minimum possible, or the maximum possible, whichever way you look at it, so we're not disturbing any more of the buffer beyond what we need. Yes, Tony?
and an 8-foot retaining wall wouldn't disturb that much brick, mortar, concrete? I
So
mean, a
the
2-foot
retaining walls that we're
not bad.
proposing are reinforced concrete walls.
Yeah.
They will be in situ. They will not disturb any more than the location of where they will
But
be
you're on
built.
wetlands, or you're in close proximity. I mean, it's sort of, everything's a little bit of, I mean, I'm familiar with this. I live in Village Green. I mean, it was a marsh. So, we all know what it's like there, after a period of time. And I would imagine something with the weight of an 8-foot wall. How long is this?
It's not 8 foot, if I may. The highest I said is 6.9 feet.
Okay, 6.9, I stand corrected. How long is this retaining wall?
So the 6.9 is the highest point of that retaining wall. It drops on either side. As you go 5 feet one way and 5 feet the other way, it actually
So
drops.
it's a pitch?
It changes
slope?
elevations because of the grade, the existing grade right in front of it. So
But
again,
but it's behind the home, correct?
the wall is behind, if I may get to it,
This shows it's on the roadway going in.
again, let me get to it. I haven't gotten to the explanation of where we are.
Let me just ask, this wall is retaining what? Water coming in?
Let me get to it, if you don't mind. Give me a chance to explain
Okay.
what we're doing.
Hold on one second. Hey, guys, let him try to explain it to us. I was confused myself, so let's just have one conversation.
And that's why I just wanted you to start at the entrance, because the heights vary. If you can kind
Tony's
of,
suggestion was a good one. Put your finger on where the wall is on the,
I'm going to highlight it. Better
well,
yet.
whatever, let's,
This way, everybody can see it. So
He's going to explain it.
No, I'm sorry. A member of the, so these plans were made available through, yeah.
Well, we have to see it.
We have to see it first, and then we'll turn it around. How's that? Because we have to see what he's pointing to make sure that we're clear from the applicant's standpoint, and then we'll turn it
You're
around.
more than welcome to come up, stand behind us.
that's a good idea.
You can come stand behind us if you want to, but we need to see it, so,
Tony.
but then we can turn it around, if you're okay with that. Yeah, we'll turn it around. We absolutely will.
and Chairman, you want it here, or do you want it back there, wherever it would?
Is everybody okay with being back here, and then we all
We
turn
can
around
all
and look
turn
at it?
around, that's perfectly fine.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
yeah.
so
We
move
do
it.
that all the time,
You do, yeah.
when we do presentations, yeah.
Stand it back where that other sign is. Just leave that thing.
Yeah, that's fine, thank you, yeah.
Now everybody has to move forward.
need them.
Go up there and just,
I don't know how many people can see it from there. Well, anyway,
I can at least see what your,
just need to put this. So
you want to leave it here?
yeah. if you-
Did anyone want to come up and see it? Are you all good? Okay.
C0.
Microphones, please.
Difference between TW and BW is like 5.9 feet. Near the wall, yeah, so you can see the difference between the wall.
Hope everybody can see it. So what I highlighted on this Exhibit A3 with an orange highlighter is the location of the proposed retaining wall. The proposed retaining wall starts almost right at the intersection of Maryland and Brooklyn and works its way north on the sheet, basically following the edge of the proposed road, the access road into the proposed development. It is, again, like I said, it is provided and designed to maintain the limit or limit the disturbance associated with the road to the maximum possible. So we're not encroaching any more into the buffer than we have to. It makes a turn by the very first lot.
What's the height of the retaining wall in that initial section where the road is?
Like I said, it starts at the beginning in here, approximately 1.9 feet, and then it increases because this is a lower area by the wetland. There is a ditch that connects this wetland area with another wetland area that's not shown on this Exhibit A3 over to the right of the proposed access. So it basically, it covers that lower dip, which is the existing ditch, and then it picks up again all the way to approximately 3 feet along the road, maybe almost 4 feet. Like I said, it varies in elevation.
Would you be able to mark that a little bit so the board can follow? that
It's
you're
actually,
talking
it's
about?
on the sheet, like I said.
I know,
can,
but for the public's benefit, it might be helpful, just so we have some pinpoints along the way here.
I'd be happy to do it. I'd have to look at the plan
Yeah.
so I could follow what the plan says.
Just so when the public comes up and they start looking at this,
Yes.
they can see
Yes.
kind of the benefit of your narrative.
So the other question is, will you have the B, W, and the T, the bottom of the wall, top of the wall?
Correct.
The bottom of the wall is at grade,
The bottom of the wall is the grade.
grade, and the top of
Yes,
the wall is,
is the road elevation.
the difference between those is the height of the wall.
Yeah, it's like I said, for design engineering, this is how we identify retaining walls, bottom of wall, top of wall. We don't call it by height, we call it by elevations of these two segments.
1.9.
And obviously, I don't think you have to mark like every step of the way, but I think it would be beneficial so they can see kind of where you're talking about in the beginning, and then kind of just some pinpoints along, so, because I know, I'm sure they're going to want to come up and see this, and it's easier to visualize.
I do think, Mr. Monzo, should this application move forward, it would be very helpful to have a rendering of this.
I'm sorry?
A rendering of what this wall is going to look like in this development as you enter and as you navigate through. Even if it's behind the homes, you can still see it from, obviously, if you're driving through. So it's going to be an enclosed wall, almost, within this area, so.
I had a question on this, Bill.
Hold on, go ahead.
Yeah, my question is, your plan, the DEP said that where you're putting your lots is upland and not wetlands.
Correct.
Why do you need a retaining wall if it's not in the wetlands?
So the DEP created general permits, and the general permits are in place to give anyone, any citizen of the state of New Jersey, the ability to make changes to their requirements, whether it's a 50-foot buffer or 150-foot buffer. So they're not, these lines are not set in stone, so that you have the ability to basically encroach into those buffers a certain distance as long as you give back elsewhere the same amount of area that you're taking out. So we are only fitting within what the DEP gives us the ability to do so.
Yeah, but my question is, if the lots are not in the wetlands, why do you need retaining walls around all of them, except the ones up on Cape May Avenue?
So we stay within the requirements of a general permit. Again, every general permit has its own requirements as to what you can and cannot do, and there are limitations associated with it. So in order to stay within those limitations, we propose the retaining.
In layman terms, you can't have any drainage going from these lots into the buffer. That's the purpose of it.
No, it's not. It has nothing to do with drainage. It just simply is a footprint of disturbance. It's basically what the DEP tells you is that we don't want you to go beyond those limits that we established for that specific general permit. You could do whatever you want. You could encroach up to 75 feet. You could take 75 feet of those buffers, but give it back to us somewhere else.
I'm talking about the wall.
So the wall is, like I said, when you cumulatively add all the disturbances associated with the buffers and what you can give back because of the limitations that we are working with on this property, when you do so, you need to balance the takeaway and the give back.
That's the buffer averaging you're talking about.
Yes, that is the buffer
We're
average.
talking about the wall.
Well, the wall is the
Why
limit.
not put a fence up?
You can. The only issue with it is that we haven't gotten to the elevation of the road yet. We're ahead of ourselves. I haven't even discussed
Okay.
what the elevation of the road
All right.
yet. But I'm happy to do so if
you
you would
could-
allow me to give the elevations associated
Mr.
with
Nader, if you can just explain why the road needs to be elevated, I think that might clear things up. Is
I
that-
think I did, Tony, but I'm happy to revisit that again. So the reason why the road is elevated to the level that we are proposing, there's actually several reasons. Reason number one is related to the utilities that we're proposing. Again, if we don't have a gravity sewer line, we end up with a pump station. And I know the city of Cape May does not necessarily endorse pump stations. In the event of a power failure, that pump station is not going to work. So gravity line is always suggested and recommended. So that's the primary reason as you get these lots that are further away from Maryland Avenue and where the sewer line is situated, to get the sewer at the proper gravity that is required by the DEP, you need to elevate the road so you can bury that sewer line. Otherwise, you're not meeting the existing invert within Maryland Avenue. So that's primary reason number one. Now that you've elevated the road, you fit the utilities within that road bed. As a result, you have two potential situations or conditions. Either you leave the road where it is and you follow the embankment down on either side of the road to meet existing conditions for which you're disturbing more of the buffer than you need to, or you propose a retaining wall to hold that back and limit the disturbance to the buffer. So that's the reason, and henceforth the reality of the design, the change in the design to fit what we ended up with.
Did you say a minute ago that when you planned the road, you cut off the connection of the wetlands from the left to the right?
No,
You didn't say that.
we never cut it off.
Well, on this map here,
There's a pipe that connects from one side to the other.
are you going to run a conduit underneath?
That is correct, yes, absolutely. We would never cut it off.
I have a question.
It's not a gated community. No, the only thing, I don't know who said that, but no, there is a gate in here at the end or at the limit of the emergency access, because we don't want people, once this is built, we don't want people utilizing this access. This is only emergency for emergency vehicles. But outside of that, this is not a gated community.
Mr. Nader?
Yes.
Just a question. On the elevation of the road, at its peak, how much higher is it than, Maryland Avenue there?
How much higher is it from the existing?
Road, yes.
That's what I was gonna get to. So again, I refer you to sheet CO5, and sheet CO5 gives you elevations on either side of the road, right from the beginning all the way to the very first lots.
I got it here.
So you got, on the left side, when you start driving in, approximately station 50 plus 0, 10 plus 50, you have a wall elevation of approximately 1.9 feet. And if you get to station 11 plus 00, you have a difference in elevation of approximately 5.9 feet. And then as you work your way up to station almost 11 plus 75, you have an wall elevation of 4.2. And then as you work your way over to the very first bend before you go behind lot number 1, you have and it's covered by, it appears to be approximately 5 feet. So like I said, it starts low and then somehow it
Okay,
picks
but
up.
So you go from Maryland to this peak, it's about a 5-foot difference.
That is correct.
Okay, and is it sanitary or stormwater that's dictating this?
That is correct.
Pardon me?
Yes, sanitary and storm, both of them.
Both.
Yes,
And it's a continuous wall,
But which is more
as you
control-
have it indicated on the orange, all the way around.
it's a continuous wall that basically maintains that buffer between the wetlands and their buffers and the proposed development, but there is no wall on the upper side of the subdivision.
But the entire interior area of all of those residential lots would have a reinforced concrete retaining wall going all the way around, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Can you
And-
point, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was going to ask, looking at CO5, you have the right-of-ways delineated on here as well.
Correct.
So, and it looks as though, the concrete wall would be looks like on Lot 8 and Lot 1 and Lot 2
Yes.
on the right-of-way.
Well, we're looking to vacate that right away. Again, it's part of the vacation would be to vacate Idaho, which is in its entirety across our blocks, to vacate portion of Cape May Avenue. Cape May Avenue right away is 200 feet, so we're vacating half of that. Vacating the entire, basically, right away for Brooklyn, and vacating partial right away of Baltimore. So it's basically a rectangle. As you could see, it's difficult to see on this exhibit, but it's a rectangle, and the streets cut into it in a cross manner. So we are vacating the streets that abut our properties.
I just want to point out, and I'm not going to interrupt your continuation on this, but this is a dilemma of what are you going to satisfy? The DEP doesn't want disturbance in the transition areas, which is the only reason this retaining wall is being proposed, to avoid that, to help. It's an environmentally sound technique to eliminate disturbance of transition areas. But in order to do that, we need a variance from the 2-foot height limit you have on retaining walls. If this project, it can be done without a retaining wall, but again, it would bank down and slope down into the transition areas, which would create DEP problems. Not saying it's insurmountable, but I don't know that there's enough land to work with to meet that transition area requirement. Now, if this project was brought here 25 years ago with a 50-foot buffer, I don't think we'd be talking about retaining walls.
Back to my original question before we got all sidetracked here. Can you just point where, I guess simply, where's the highest point of that? Where's the 6.9 foot, where's the high point and where's your low point?
So this is the highest point, right at the corner in here of lot number 1.
Okay, and where's the low point of
The
the
low
retaining
points
wall?
varies.
Where does that start again?
Right here at the very beginning, we have 1.9 feet.
Okay. So now, after that 6.9 foot, where the high point is, where does it all start sloping back down from there, or does it maintain at that 6.9?
All the way behind the houses.
Yeah, but it doesn't maintain that level, no. So
Right, it varies.
It varies because
Ever so slightly,
basically the
right?
road is not straight. Again, on any proposed road, you have a high point and a low point.
Right, okay.
So with that in mind, with a low point, it's going to
It
basically
kind
be
of
lower.
flows with
Yes, that is
the
correct.
properties. Okay.
Yes.
So as an option,
Is it on the lots, or is it on the wetland side of the lots?
It's on the lots. The retaining walls are on the lots within the lots themselves. They are proposed to create a limit of what the potential owners can build on and what they are not allowed to go beyond.
How wide are they?
You mean the retaining wall?
6 inches?
Probably going to end up being more like 8 inches with a fence on top.
So how high is the fence that you're proposing on top of this retaining wall? So that's the first I'm hearing of a fence on top of the retaining wall.
Well, the code does not allow you to have a 5-foot retaining wall or 5-foot wall or 5-foot drop without having a fence.
Right.
So the
how-
code requires you to
So
have.
how high are you proposing a fence to be on top of the retaining wall?
So probably 42 inches.
Okay, because I think just for the benefit of the public, people are trying to visualize what this retaining wall is going to look like. I know the board, myself, I'm trying to visualize, okay, in the back of the property, the retaining wall, high point, 6.9 feet, and then you got 42 inches of a fence on top of a 6.9-foot retaining wall.
Again,
right?
you're
As a
taking
high.
them-
I'm talking about a high and a low.
You're right, but
Close.
I know it's our nature, we harp on always the max and the min, but this is 1 point at 6.9. Like I said, as soon as you march your way 2 feet beyond that, it's going to drop.
Sure,
But-
it flows with the
Correct.
property.
Yes.
I think we're all just trying to visualize how it would look.
Yeah, and ultimately, that retaining wall is basically going to have vegetation that's going to grow and cover that retaining wall. So it's not going to be a nice gray concrete wall that will remain concrete wall forever. We are proposing lot landscaping. It's shown on one of the detail sheets that shows all the landscaping that is proposed on the lot. Now, certainly there may be variations when a potential owner comes in and buys a lot, but we're giving them guidance as to what we are proposing in terms of landscaping on the individual lots. And there is quite a bit of landscaping proposed. So with that being said, ultimately that retaining wall in the rear of these lots that are basically facing the wetlands will ultimately have vegetation that will grow up that wall, and all you're going to see is the fence. Now, keeping in mind, we also have another exhibit that shows a section that's taken from Velvento through our property, and you could see basically that the elevation is practically the same within maximum of 1 foot difference. So we are not proposing to build this property to an elevation that's going to far exceed the existing elevations of Velvento. It's practically almost at the same elevation as Velvento.
I'm having trouble visualizing the roadway that you want to vacate. Is it becoming incorporated into the actual housing lots?
So presently, let me get to probably a better plan. Give me a moment.
Because that would be city land, and if you want it vacated,
It's
or,
actually not city land.
well, it
It's
doesn't
paper
belong to
street.
the owner.
I mean, I'll let Tony talk to the legal part of it, but this is a paper street that if there is no use or purpose for it, then it should resort back to the property owners that abut that right-of-way. Not just us, it would be us and the DEP and everybody else that owns properties adjacent to that paper street. It happens all the time in the state of New Jersey.
The city does not own the streets. It's a public right-of-way. The city controls the streets, but if they're ever vacated, the city can't take ownership of them. It just reverts back to the adjoining property owners.
All right.
Mr. Nader, I have a question, please.
Yes, please, go ahead.
What's that map number? CO9. Map CO9, it shows like an elevation, and it shows like the raised concrete, and then it has the fence above it, right? But then it has the lot line sloping down to that?
Let me get to that plan and take a look at it.
What? Yeah.
All right, I have CO9. This is part of the plan sheets that you have with you. Which detail is it? Upper right-hand corner?
Yeah.
So, yeah. So this is a typical landscape wall section. Again, we provide details. We're proposing a concrete retaining wall, but there are many other types of walls that can be constructed that are the same as a concrete retaining wall, especially on the properties that will be eventually owned by private homeowners. So private homeowner may decide to say, I want a landscape wall instead of a concrete retaining wall. And we're giving them the option to have the ability to build such a wall.
My point was that it looks like the land from the lot is sloping down to the retaining wall, correct?
Yeah, it's a typical section. That doesn't mean it gets built in that manner. It's
No,
a
but then the
typical-
fence is actually above. So you have a fence and the lot slopes down to this, down to the fence, correct?
Not towards the fence, it's to meet the top of the wall. The fence is not retaining anything, it's just simply up in the air.
Now, is that typical for all the lots?
That is typical for all the lots, that is correct.
Okay.
However, though, we do have I'd have to check to see which detail it's on, the concrete retaining wall.
So the
Yes,
lots are not surrounded by a wall. It's a fence that's on top of the wall, and the ground goes basically to the top of that wall for each
Yeah,
of the lots. Then the wall goes down to the
that is
sensitive area.
correct. Yes, absolutely.
Because I was envisioning a tall wall around all the property.
Oh, no. Okay, I'm glad you clarified it.
That's
No,
what I
it's
thought got
we're-
described.
When viewed from the street, you're pretty much only going to see the rear fence. If you're looking out your backyard, you might be able to see the wall across the way to the lots, like, this is U-shaped. So if you're looking out your backyard, you may be able to see the backyard of someone else's wall. But otherwise, if you're driving down the road, you're really not going to have much opportunity to see the wall, except for in a little, where there's some little returns in the wall. That's the only opportunity where you're really going to see it.
So if you were on the inside, would it look like a hollow, essentially, with
Yeah,
the
I
with the
mean,
wall all the way around? Is
That's
that
the-
what?
That's the wetlands buffer and all the vegetation, so it's going to be grown up.
So all the lots are essentially then filled to the level of the top of the wall?
Yes,
That-
correct.
So,
That
I'm
is
sorry,
correct,
you just
yes.
mentioned that the property owner will have the choice to be able to build a wall or put in landscaping?
to be able to build a landscape wall or a concrete retaining wall, because
Why
they
wouldn't we
ultimately
want-
will maintain that. So within the right-of-way, going back to Exhibit A3 again, so
They have a choice of wall material.
Okay.
on the roadway approach, before we start the lots, that has to be a concrete retaining wall. That's mandatory. But then beyond that, the wall behind the proposed lots can either be concrete or landscape wall.
So how do we know that they're going to do that?
Because we're going to submit site plans to Craig for his review.
I mean, one thing is to build a retaining wall. I mean, obviously, that is a little bit more permanent than someone saying they're putting in a landscape plan and then following through on it. I'm just trying to make sure. I think this board has, have had some issues in the past. Now there's a flexibility of you can do concrete or you can do some kind of a landscape plan, and even though it's submitted,
No, it's not, with all due respect, it's not a landscape, it's a landscape wall. It's basically
He's saying that there's the possibility of the material of the wall changing.
Okay.
If this plan is approved, every lot that has a wall on it, a retaining wall on it, is going to have a retaining wall built on it.
Okay.
As per the plan.
yes, period, and
Okay.
yes.
all right.
But it doesn't necessarily mean the same wall for every 22 lots.
It could be, yeah, they may choose a different material. I don't necessarily think that's a great idea, because it's not really decorative. The people aren't looking at this. So, I would argue that they should come up with an engineered wall that's consistent throughout the entire development, and everyone's required to build that wall.
Well, that makes sense.
And I also have recommendations that the retaining wall is actually in the right-of-way. The right-of-ways ultimately will be accepted by the city. The city will own those. The retaining walls that are in the city, I recommended there be substantial upgrade to the type of design that they are, because the city does not want to maintain those. They want them to be built once and not have to worry about them.
Well, wouldn't it be better then, Craig, to require the builder to build all those walls and then let the lots fill in as the people buy them, so that the walls are there when you market the 22 pieces? Is that?
I agree with you. That's the way we
Well, wait a
would
minute.
be looking to do it.
Changed my mind. I'm just,
I'm working on it.
So where that wall is, on the interior, there could be as much as a 5-foot drop down down to grade.
Correct, yes.
And on the other side, on the street side, that's got to be pitched towards the street. Don't-
That is correct, yes. So on one side, it will be
A drop.
a drop, and on the other side, it will match basically the street
So
level.
how much fill are you bringing in
it's a lot of fill.
to those lots?
Oh, to the lots? Well, like I said, they vary because
And the street.
we have to, the several conditions to build these. One, like I said, utilities to build the road. Two is the flood hazard and the elevation of the finished floor of these homes that have to be higher than flood elevation. So there are many conditions that we're working with in order to be able to build these homes.
What's the existing grade there now?
It varies. The existing grade at the beginning where we access the site is approximately 5.5, 6. As you go up to the top left of the sheet, it goes up to approximately 8. So it varies from 5 to 8.
You got to get it up to around 11.
We have to get it up to about 11, yes. So that's why I said, up here at the very first cul-de-sac, we don't have any walls on the back proposed lots, but we do have it on the side that faces the wetland.
It would make sense, I think, that build all the walls at once before you start.
Exactly.
So, and secondly, what about the footings of the walls? Because you're going to have to do a lot of work inside the buffer zone to create footings to build those walls that are going to sustain themselves as the flow of the land goes from the top of the wall to the street. Otherwise, your drainage system doesn't work.
Yeah, you're right on with the idea of building the walls and filling these lots before, we turn it over. We've debated with the owner what direction to take, but I do agree with you. The best way to do it is to construct the retaining walls. Obviously, we have to construct them for the road access. So might as well continue all the way around it and finish them off. And then this way, you could proceed with telling the homeowners that this is ready to build, but this is your limit of construction. You will not be able to exceed that limit of construction, which is the retaining wall and the fence. Yes.
Can I ask you another question?
Yes.
Somewhat related to this, but when the state came in and did their analysis for this interpretation letter?
Yes.
25, they were only looking at the wetlands within those those 4 pieces of property.
So the state, they're obligated to look at all the wetlands within the property, the subject property, plus 150 feet beyond.
Okay, what was the state's assessment of the wetlands above that top line would be the ones built into Cape May Avenue?
As part of our application, there were no wetlands anywhere near that spot up here on the top. There were also a wetlands delineation done and approved by the state for the previous owner before it got turned over to the DEP, and those wetlands were substantially further away from this
Well,
development.
my question is really, there's nothing in the state's letter that says that.
Yeah, they're only going to send you a letter. The LOI is specifically to the lot in question, to the property in question.
They're only going to give the answer to the question you asked them. Did anybody ask them to assess the state of the wetlands above that property?
Again, in their regulations, you're supposed to go beyond your property up to 150 feet. Because if there are wetlands within that 150 feet, that would cast a buffer on your property. So you do look at it beyond the limit of your property, but the legal part of it is that when you submit to the DEP, you're submitting for your property, and when they issue the LOI, they issue it for your property. They cannot issue it for somebody else's property. It's technically, correct me if I'm wrong, it's illegal to
What
issue.
you're saying is you need to delineate wetlands that are surrounding at least 150 feet from the boundaries of the property.
Correct.
The DEP did review that, and as a result determined that there were no wetlands to the north that were impacting this project.
And that's
Exactly. In fact, we did find wetlands to the south west of our property that we showed, and we also showed a buffer casted beyond or associated with those wetlands that basically is shown on one of the sheets.
That LOI it encompasses all the wetlands that surround each of that only that lot for the LOI, correct? I mean, the LOI is specific to a single lot.
It's specific to the property that you own.
Yeah, one of the
Could be
lots.
one lot, could be, you know, a lot of 200 acres or a lot
All
of,
4 blocks in this case.
All right.
Yeah.
all 4 blocks. That is correct, yes.
Yeah, all right, I get it.
I think at this point, maybe we should have some planning testimony to at least address the reasons why and the proofs that are needed to grant this variance. And I think there's C1 and C2 criteria that Craig identified in his review memo. And then we can go back to Mr. Nader for the comments that Craig had in his memo as well that are unrelated to the retention wall. So we have Ray Ron Camp, did I pronounce that correctly?
That works, counsel.
Okay. Who's a professional planner. You could swear him in, and then he could put his credentials on the record.
What's his name?
Creigh. Last name is Rahenkamp.
You swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Want to spell your last name again for the record, please?
Yes, it's Rahenkamp, Rahenkamp.
Mr. Rahenkamp, can you just provide the board with your credentials, please?
I will, and I'll keep it short unless you drag more out of me. Undergraduate, University of Pennsylvania, graduate degree from Georgetown. I've qualified in New Jersey in over 100 trials. I've qualified in 4 other states and 3 federal districts. I was a consultant in the development of the residential site improvement standards here in New Jersey. I spent 8 years as our professional association's vice president, and I appear regularly before planning and zoning boards throughout the state.
You're fine.
Where's your home base?
Pardon me?
I'm sorry?
Where's your home base?
Raised my family in Palmyra. At the
No, but
moment,
your
I live
business, your business.
in Palmyra. My business was my
Okay.
home. I'm self-employed. But I have to be honest, we recently moved to Maryland. So I'm in Betterton, Maryland is where I'm currently residing. Keep a P.O. box in Riverton.
Is your license currently in good standing?
It is, and has been continuously for 35 years.
Hey, everybody's good with this gentleman? Okay.
Just before you get into the proofs required for the variance, can you just maybe add to what Mr. Nader testified to as to this retaining wall?
Do we
Benefits, the reasons for it and the benefits by having it there?
Sure. We've got a couple of issues of relief, but I'll do that one first. As council discussed, classifying this as a C1B to get hyper-technical, which is a form of hardship variance, but is specifically tied, and fortunately your review letter from your engineer has the standard in it. If you look at C1B, you'll see exceptional topographic conditions or physical features uniquely affecting a specific property. And that's exactly what we have here. It's the interface of the wetlands, wetland buffers, and upland areas, and how best to use those upland areas, and where those conditions create a peculiar or exceptional practical difficulty. So it's not an impossibility. You don't have to go to that level. It's just a practical difficulty in the development of a particular parcel of ground. That's the standard that we're addressing here. And as you heard from the testimony, this is simply a way to do 2 things. One is to limit the area of development relative to the wetlands and wetland buffer. It goes to a particular end and ends at that point, rather than feathering off the grading further into the buffer area, as would be required to make the grades meet. And secondly, it creates a demarcation for the residential lots. As people said, you go back on your backyard at a proper level, and then you have your rear fence. It keeps people from wandering back into the areas where DEP would rather have them not wandering or mowing or doing property maintenance, as happens when you don't have a physical barrier between the developed area you're trying to protect. I apologize if I broke your microphone. All right, well, anyway, I'm typically loud enough anyway. So those are the purposes that are being accomplished by this particular variance, and it's created, as I said, by the configuration of the lot and the issues that Mr. Nader had testified to. And as I said, the benefits with limiting access of homeowners to the rear areas and allowing the roadway to access the site with the minimum area of disturbance allowed to allow that to occur.
So these would, in your opinion, constitute sufficient purposes of zoning for C2 criteria as well?
They would. Yes, you could certainly qualify it under both. C2 is a policy variance, and then I would talk about the benefits related to the purposes of the act. And here, the overall policy purpose is using the land as zoned. The governing body has determined that this is the R1 PW zone. It's intended to be used for development, and these are practical solutions to deal with the site conditions to allow the land to be used as the governing body has zoned it. That advances both purpose A and in this case purpose G, in that you're providing housing, which meets needs of New Jersey residents, and the benefit and detriment weighing would be the same as I spoke for the C1. So that would cover proofs for both C1 and C2 on that one.
How about J, promote conservation of historic sites and district open space, energy resources, and natural resources?
Sure, you can throw in some of the lesser ones. I'd also throw in purpose M for the efficient use of land. So yes, there are other purposes, but A and G are the primary.
And you need to touch on the negative criteria. You want to elaborate on that?
I did, and I will again. Essentially, there is no negative criteria. The wall is not creating a situation where we have a wall where people are supposed to be trying to access and you're blocking it in some way. It's not aesthetically displeasing. The people in the homes are not going to see it. The only people who will see it will be seeing it across a vegetated wetland area. How much practical visibility the wall will ever have is fairly limited, perhaps most exposed at the road crossing of the drainage way that Mr. Nader was talking about. So it's fairly well disguised in the landscape from an aesthetic point of view, and there is no physical detriment that it's creating in the landscape as a result.
So in your opinion, this variance can be granted under both C1 and C2?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
We also had the lot variance of the open space, lot frontage width of the open space
Greg,
lot.
do we need that variance if we're deed to restricting it?
The way that, we discussed this prior to this meeting.
Because I looked at the definition of a lot, it says a lot that can be developed. And since we don't have a lot that can be developed, yeah.
Looking at the city code to see that. So there's the planning variance element of it, which I don't think we have to address because it's not being developed. Because that's, saying you have to provide access and, it has to abut on an improved street. In this case, I think the city code says it has to be, minimum lot frontage. And I don't think it specifies whether the lot is developable.
Well, in the definition of lot, that's where I pulled that from.
Yep.
I think you should give testimony with respect to the variance.
Okay. We'll put it on anyway.
Frankly, it's easy enough for me
Okay.
to say, Counsel, what you just said is testimony.
All right.
First thing I was going to say is this is not a lot for development or a lot of development. It's a lot to allow an area to be preserved in open space and owned by the HOA. Typically, the planning purposes for having a lot frontage requirement is to have an open area that you could have a driveway or access to allow that lot to be used appropriately. Here, there is no use that frontage would be required to support. It's very common in most modern ordinances to have an escape clause that open space lots don't need to conform to the lot requirements. I couldn't find that in your code, so I think technically we need a variance for it, but I think the testimony is it's not a lot for or of development. It doesn't need access. It's going to be managed by an HOA. There's no reason to require a lot frontage in this case. It would be a C2 variance and primarily driven by purpose M, the efficient use of land. There's no practical benefit for having a lot frontage on an open space lot.
I have a question about that. Craig, help me out here. Where is the frontage you're talking about on that lot? Because
Okay,
it doesn't
if-
look like there is one.
In the top right-hand corner, Craig, is that where it is?
Dead end right here, this lot.
So I'm looking at C03. It would be right here.
It's at the dead, yes, this.
Is that it?
It's just this section right there.
Okay, all right, all right.
Yep.
And that's lot 24 on the plan, Craig?
Well,
Is that lot 24,
I
right?
couldn't see.
Okay.
It's lot 24 on your table, sir.
It's this area right here.
Yeah, lot 24 on my table.
Yep, on the table on page 4, it's identified as lot 24.
I also want you to address although Craig hasn't identified it, lot
This is
25
feet right here.
seems to be below the square footage, Craig, on required for zoning?
Which one's lot 25?
It's like 7,000 or so, 7,900 square feet.
It's another open space lot.
That might be a typo. Let's find that. 25.
I think 25.
And
There's a question on this lot area.
Yeah.
25 is that triangle right down here. After you've driven off the wall that we have there,
think
you'll wind up in lot 25.
All right, lot 9.
This is 22.
So my question on that lot is, why couldn't it be consolidated with the next, with the block 1188?
Lot 22.
It can be, but what I referenced earlier is trying to make these lots uniform, not creating larger lots. That's a big lot. But if that's the preference of the board, that's not a problem, because it's not going to be developed either way.
it's a better practice to not have constrained lands would be under control of DEP deed restrictions in private ownership at the same time. In this development, the lots are the lots, and the people get to use them, and the additional lands that are being constrained by any restriction of DEP are off-lot.
So in this.
We try not to mix the
particular-
concepts.
Since this lot only touches one other lot, it would be your recommendation to consolidate it?
I would not, because it's going to be constrained by other deed restrictions by the time we're done.
So we'll just leave it
It's simply
as
going to be a
is.
headache for whatever
So then-
landowner you give it to.
So then ask for the variance for that.
Ask for the variance.
Okay.
The same testimony apply to this lot as the previous one? or-
Again, yes, it's an open space lot, and as I just said, it is theoretically possible to annex constrained land into developable lots. We think it's cleaner as a management process in the long run, that your lot owners have usable land wherever they want to put fences or sheds, they know where it is, it's their lot, it's all developable. And the doubly constrained land, because it's got some sort of DEP restriction, is not thought of by the owner as being on their lot. So there's a benefit to not consolidating it. And from a development point of view, it's obviously not intended to be developed. It's an open space lot, will be owned by the HOA, and there's no reason for it technically to meet a lot size for development.
And Greg, just so I understand too, lot 23 is everything in the wetlands and the buffer zone that's diagonally straight. That whole, that's
my
going to be under the authority and control and responsibility of the HOA,
That's my understanding.
Yes, sir.
plus these two little side pieces. All right.
Yes, sir.
So it goes all the way, everything, all this is all HOA responsibility.
One of the benefits to granting this lot area variance is if it were consolidated with Lot 22, which is going to contain a single-family dwelling, it could drive impervious coverage higher because you're counting the open space of Lot 25 that can't be developed.
FAR as well.
Yeah, so you can get the weird development on that Lot 22. So I don't recommend consolidating, and I recommend granting the variance.
Thank you.
Did you give testimony as to the negative criteria with respect to the lot area variance on lot 25, if there is any?
There isn't, as I said, because it's going to be constrained by restrictions because of its environmental condition. It's going to be owned by the HOA and restricted from development in the HOA documents that council will be reviewing at the appropriate time. So it's not a lot for or of development in the future that it would need to meet the minimum lot sizes. In terms of it, there is no negative detriment to protecting and preserving open space through an appropriate mechanism. Thank you, sir. We had one last technical variance not listed, is that we're seeking to do off-track affordable housing in conjunction with your governing body. That is a variance of this board of the ordinance restriction to allow that to happen. So we'll work with your governing body on implementing it and on the phasing of the affordable units and all of the things that go with it, but it's a requirement of the zoning ordinance that we have the set aside. So it's simply you're recognizing that we'll be doing this in a creative way with your governing body, and they will weigh in on how that gets implemented.
Yeah, so I want to make sure that that information is shared back with this board.
Yes.
Okay, so as a member of the governing body, I appreciate your comment, but it's critically important to everyone to have that as part of a public information. So whatever plan is developed, it will be shared back with this board before final approval.
Absolutely agree. As your counsel was talking about earlier on some of the environmental issues, the condition wouldn't simply be that affordable housing is waived. It's affordable housing will be implemented, brought back to this board at a future time. However you want to structure the management of it, we don't get past this point without the board at least acknowledging that they're not going to be on site. What comes next will be what comes next, essentially.
So our ordinance gives the flexibility of doing it on-site or off-site, and you're saying that it's going to be off-site?
Right.
That's correct.
Okay.
Do we need to deal with the positive and negative criteria on that?
No, because you're actually implementing it. You're just implementing it with the governing body rather than the planning board. So it's a variance allowing that to occur.
Okay.
So basically, if I could recap, you're looking for 4 variances with respect to this.
Need a variance.
You're looking for 4 variances with respect to this application. The first is the height of the retaining walls, which you've testified is a C1 or a C2. Lot frontage with respect to Lot 24. Lot area variance with respect to Lot 25, and off-track affordable housing, allowing the governing body to work with this applicant to establish that. Those are the 4
Yes, sir.
variances.
And to the comment, Sir Greg, if I may use your first name, I didn't catch your last name. The reason why I'm doing it as a variance is because UHAC overrides local ordinances, so that UHAC requires it on site. So we need a variance to do what your ordinance would allow us to do.
Which is strange because we have an approved plan
Yep.
for the state.
I know.
In the court.
I know. Life is weird.
Okay.
I-
Understood.
And I spend too much time in those waters to forget it, which I probably should. It would be easier if I did.
I have no more questions. I know we have a very lengthy engineering report, but does the board have any additional questions for Mr. Renkamp?
Thank you.
I have a
Sorry.
question. I'm sorry. No, I don't think it's for you. I asked it earlier, and I'm not sure if I'm going to get the answer tonight about the water supply in Cape May. Has there been a feasibility study whether we can handle this?
So I
You're
can
talking
answer-
Sewers.
You're
I can
talking
answer
about
that
the-
question, say it's not me, so I'm going to step away from the mic and let Mr. Nader come back.
Thank you, sir.
I think the question is about the infrastructure that they're proposing within this development, correct? That's the question? The question at hand is the infrastructure that they are proposing, and how does that tie into the existing infrastructure that we have? Is that your question?
Well, you're talking 22 houses, pools, a couple of bathrooms in each home, and the infrastructure for sewers and so on. Yes, how does that impact the city of Cape May and the water system? Yeah.
Right. I just was understanding the question.
Has that been considered? And my other question is, I don't know if I'll get the answer tonight for this. This is a very tenuous area, as Mr. Crowley pointed out, with wetlands. And how are insurance companies looking at insuring homes in an area like this? I know people have trouble getting insurance in certain areas, and this seems like one that would be not really a buildable area.
I can't speak to that. I know from a fire protection standpoint, it has been reviewed by the fire department for fire safety issues, which also comes into insurance. But as far as other insurances, I'm not sure why there would be an issue. Obviously, it's something that whoever builds a home would have to deal with, but I can't imagine why insurance would not be available for both fire protection, casualty, storm, and flood to the extent it's necessary and financed. You want to address that, Mr. Nader?
I agree with you. I don't see a reason why any homeowner would not be able to get homeowners insurance for their property or for their homes. All these homes will be built on upland areas. That's why we're limiting the disturbance by creating those kind of buffers between the proposed construction and proposed development from existing environmental features. So we're not, again, I've stated it once, maybe more than once, we're not disturbing the wetlands themselves. We are disturbing the buffers, but we're giving it back. So if you see on sheet CO5, on the lower left-hand side of the sheet, it tells you how much we're disturbing and how much we're going to give back. And we're actually giving back slightly more than what we're disturbing by approximately 100+ square feet. So we're being very generous to give back to the DEP more than what we're taking from the DEP.
Bill, can you answer that for me? Do people buying homes,
Just for perspective with regards to flood proofing of these houses versus the surrounding neighborhood, this road is will be at a higher elevation than both Brooklyn and Maryland. So those roads would flood before this road would ever flood. This road essentially runs from elevation 9 up to about 12 and a half at the top left corner on that plan, and then it falls down at the cul-de-sac a little bit, but the surrounding roadways are at approximately elevation 8. So these roads are substantially higher and more flood-proofed compared to the surrounding neighborhood.
So the answer is, you're high and dry, but you can't get out.
Yeah.
So I have a question.
Yes.
Is this water system looped around? Or
It is
it
looped
dead?
around, yes.
It comes down this easement right here?
Yes, that is correct.
Marilyn, I can also verify that the water department has looked at this, has commented on it. This went through an initial round of the plan revisions due to their review and my review. I reviewed based on the residential site improvement standard requirements for water systems. They looked at it from a citywide standpoint. They made recommendations, and the engineer has implemented those recommendations into his plans.
And one of the recommendations
Craig.
was that access road to the cul-de-sac, which the fire chief thought was important from a fire protection standpoint.
Yes, that is
How will that be maintained? Is that asphalt? Is it accessible, like, for public safety, is it accessible 24/7?
It is accessible 24/7. It's not asphalt, it's a reinforced turf, basically, system.
Yeah,
It's,
What is the weight ratio for that?
Oh, it's used all the time. It basically looks like a natural cover, but it has the ability to sustain a fire truck or any other heavy vehicle on it without any issue at all.
I think the fire chief recommended that be a hard surface, not the surface
Yeah,
you're recommending.
There's been a recommendation from the fire chief that there's a more robust surface provided. So
Then we don't have an
we're
issue
gonna
with
ask
it.
you to
We
make
can,
that revision.
we can make that change.
Are
Not
there
a
going to
problem.
be any restrictions there, like gates or?
There will be a gate at the cul-de-sac because we really don't want anybody driving on that, with the
How-
exception of emergency vehicles.
How would they gain access to go through the gate?
They will always have a key to it. They will maintain a key, and the homeowners association will have a key.
Okay. And in the fire chief's report that I just handed you there, one of the comments was talking about access to hydrants and adding them, and you're comfortable with those recommendations from the fire chief?
Yes, yes.
Mr. Rankin, one of the board members has a question, you can come back up.
I just like to address your remarks about off-site affordable housing. So my understanding is the obligation through this development would be 4.4 units of affordable housing. And I realize that there's a legal obligation to do that. Practically speaking, look, Cape May has not just an affordable housing issue, but a moderate price housing issue. Housing is simply expensive here. And by taking those locations off-site, my concern is as little moderate price housing there is in Cape May, you're going to be competing for this, for whatever, that's 4 properties that potentially could be purchased or rented by a police officer, a teacher, or a firefighter. So you're going to be, my concern is that by taking the affordable housing obligation off-site is actually going to be contributing to our housing issue in town, not necessarily, I know it provides additional affordable housing. The obligation, of course, carries with this project. So you're going to have that obligation anyway, but I am concerned that it actually contributes to our overall housing issue within.
Well, it further exacerbates it, and I agree with Councilman Bodnar on, this is a very critical issue and a very critical inflection point for the city right now, both affordable housing and workforce housing. So this will be, I would advise this team to come prepared to council with an exact location and plan, and to have an understanding, are those units ready to rent? No protracted periods of time in which renovations need to be done, you know, all of those things. We've sort of gone down that road before, and this is something that is very critically important to this administration and to this city at this point, and to its residents. So I want to make that point very clear.
And you also need to understand that the last time we went through this road, a developer did this swap and swapped a 5-bedroom unit for a 1-bedroom apartment on Lafayette Street. And the current state of affordable housing statute says that's a fine swap. It makes a lot of sense. That's the condition we got to live with. It's a box that we got put in by somebody else, and it's not going to ever work out.
So I'll take that as a question, and first I'll say I would love to take the two of you in front of the legislature and let you have at them. I will say I've not been retained to work on this particular housing plan. 2 other projects where I've done off-track implementation, we've used non-residential properties. So if we find empty stores, empty industrial buildings, and in that case we're creating net new units within the community. Even where we are selecting an existing residential structure, typically there's a substantial amount of rehabilitation because the affordable units not only have to meet various architectural requirements, they have to meet modern building code. So even though you may be swapping what might have been workforce for affordable, you're getting a substantial upgrade to the quality of the building that the housing is within. So it's never going to be a net loss or negative, but we certainly, the team has heard that we need to figure out how to make this as much of a net addition as we can. I love your comments. I would love to take them to the legislature. Almost, not quite. There's actually there's an actual table. The developer gets 25. Let me do the complicated version so the board understands it, because we are asking for relief on this. There is a phasing requirement for all affordable housing throughout the state, and it's adopted by HMFA, the Housing Mortgage and Finance, in a regulatory structure that's required wherever you go, whether there's an ordinance or not. And in that, the developer gets 25% of the development without affordable housing. At the 25% threshold, 10% of the affordable housing needs to be done. You're 50 at 50, you're 75 at 75, and you have to finish before you get to 90 on the market. Because we're doing 4 and a fraction units, typically you're not going to do 1 at each phase. It's going to be, we find a building and we're going to do our 4 units. So the likely request to the governing body as we figure out what this plan is, we get to 40% and then we do all of them. Or there'll be a rational phasing plan put before the governing body and ultimately back to this group that implements phasing, so the developer's not going to just do the market rate and run, that they can only get so far, but you allow them to get a little bit into the development because you get your site infrastructure built, you get all your permits, all of that stuff happens, and then you make sure the affordable housing happens.
And allow the purchasers of the lot to build as opposed to the
Right.
developer building.
The state statute goes to COs, which gets really messy when you're selling lots, because you don't want somebody to sell lots that they can't get a CO because of this phasing thing. So one of the things we're going to have to work out in the phasing plan is how to limit sales of lots to COs of affordable. So that'll be one of the things that we're going to have to address with your governing body in coming up with a rational phasing plan. But you're absolutely right. You can't do CO to CO when you're selling lots.
No.
You wind up with all the lots sold and then people screaming that they can't build their house. It's an absolute disaster, and we will not do that to you.
You won't be selling lots.
We won't sell, for example, if the rule is 25% COs, we'll do 25% lots. We'll simply substitute lots for COs in the regulatory phasing table, or something like that. Obviously, the team has to come up with what the implementation plan is, how long it will take to rehab, and all of those detailed issues, and then tie it to a number of lots that can be sold at various phases in the construction plan.
So, and again, back to the most critical component is coming in prepared
Yes.
with the where. You know, the plan will be necessary, it will be important, but the where will be equally important. And for those of us who know this town very well, sitting around the stable, you know, that's a big question. So that's why, regardless of what gets detailed and these changes that get made and how we come to that decision, the where is going to be critically important.
Heard loud and clear.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good point, Steve.
Just one more. Mr. Nader, I just want you to, in light of some of the comments I heard, we talked about this project, but will other residential properties be adversely impacted by stormwater?
No. No, absolutely not.
Everything's being retained on site?
So everything is retained on site. The site is located within the tidal zone of the Atlantic Ocean. So there is, the DEP does not require that you do any stormwater storage for quantity. What they require you to do is water quality, which we are proposing as part of this subdivision. 3 different locations for water quality, where we are collecting the entire runoff that is generated from the road and portions of the homes, actually the entire structure, the entire house, and the immediate vicinity of it that's going to basically grade down towards the road and flow towards the road. They'll all be collected, and they'll go into 3 different locations where they will be treated in a mechanical treatment system, which is a bunch of filters that are accepted by the DEP and allowed to be constructed. And I believe this was also approved for the Velvento subdivision. It's a very similar kind of a design before it gets discharged into the waterway. Now, when it gets to the 100-year storm, the 100-year storm basically is the storm that is the tidal storm that impacts the entire island, with the exception of very few locations here on the island. So there's no way that you can retain the 100-year. There is no fluvial flow through the property that we could retain and discharge. However, though, we are not restricting the flow from basically working its way and moving from our site to where else it was flooding, or simply coming back to our site, with the exception that the proposed development will be above flood elevation, which is what is required, by the city and by the DEP.
I'm thinking mostly about stormwater
That's,
as opposed to flooding.
That's what he was talking about.
Not flooding.
No, he was talking about strictly the stormwater requirements. Because he's in a flood zone, I agree with him, they're not required to deal with the retention and storage and volume requirements, because the rationale is you're in a flood zone. It's going to flood. So any system that you would have would be inundated with water. So you're required to address the water quality management requirements, cleanse the water before it's discharged. And that's what they've done.
So you get flooded with clean water?
Yeah. Now.
And get the water to, off the developed
Stormwater
part.
flooding and tidal flooding are 2 separate
Right,
issues.
right.
Could you you had mentioned this before, there was going to be some kind of a culvert underneath the roadway could you show me on what plan that's described?
It's on CO6, I believe, the utility plan.
CO6?
Yes. It's also shown on the profile. Can I point it out to you?
That's it? So when this is tidal flooded wetlands?
So that the whole area is tidally
Okay,
influenced.
so the tide will come in here, the tide will not get up, the tide will come up this way?
It's not the tide, it's the
No, I'm talking about the,
it's the 100-year tidal elevation. It's not the normal ebb and flow. No, that does not come to the
that
site.
culvert handles only a 100-year flood.
Yes, it allows for water to flow from one side to the other. Does not obstruct it.
We have no additional testimony. If you want to go to Craig's review memo, we can do that now. Unless you want to have, Mr. Chairman,
Yeah, correspondence will, yes.
Hey, Bill, just if we can go back to this, access road,
Yes.
is that as wide as it can be?
That's as wide as it can be to meet the DEP requirements.
Is that elevated as well, like this road?
It starts elevated and basically comes down to meet existing grade.
So, like, can we put some kind of approval that the fire chief approves this plan?
We actually made it
Because it's going to be
wider.
critical to,
it was actually made a little bit wider at the request of the fire chief. I think.
right,
Yeah.
but I'm just saying, like, it was grass, it was going to be a gravelly surface. Can we put some stipulation that
Yeah,
he agrees
absolutely.
to the surface of it before it's,
Yes, we don't have an issue with that.
I
Both,
agree. We should have
Rich,
Chief
both the
Coulter.
width and the
yeah,
and the
it's
surface?
important,
You talk about the access road, not
the access
the main
road,
entrance.
not the main entrance.
Yeah, the emergency access road, yep.
And that surface should be accommodating the vehicle loading for the largest fire apparatus.
Yes,
So we'll
yes, absolutely.
make that a condition of approval.
Yep.
And is that going to get plowed with like a city street if we get another 2 feet of snow?
It has to.
Okay.
It has to remain open at all times. When I say open, not the gate, but open for vehicles to,
And who's maintaining that access way?
we would have to actually discuss this, whether it would be the homeowners association or the city. We haven't gotten to that point yet, but
I think that's what Mr. Lindholm's, where he's going with that is who's going to be responsible for that. So, I mean, I think we should probably make that clear tonight what the board's pleasure
Yeah, that's
probably is.
That's on a private lot, you know.
Correct.
The stuff within the right-of-way that we're going to be accepting is, you know, ultimately the city's responsibility, but that is something that needs to be,
We agree that it can be a homeowners association.
the HOA will address.
So I think we just want to make sure that that's okay with the fire chief, because if this is the road in which they are accessing for emergencies, and the homeowners, let's just presume they're not here in the wintertime, because these are all rental properties. So they're not coming down to shovel, and there's an incident back there. So, you know, the scenarios could be many. I think that needs to be a discussion with city administration to determine and figuring out whether or not it's in the best interest of the fire chief and police services, EMT and otherwise. You know, it's an isolated area. You can imagine that there may not be many property owners there during the winter months, and we have big storms, and they need to access that.
Yeah, my
So-
anticipation would be that it would be a contracted service.
Okay.
You know, or, I mean, to the extent the city is plowing
Yeah,
the roads anyway, if we can enter into some type of a,
here's my thoughts. The HOA would maintain the surface.
Yeah.
Plowing would be the responsibility of the city. There's no way they're going to plow that little segment, and that would be their only obligation to plow. Are they going to really plow that little segment?
In an emergency, they're going to find a way to get in.
So-
I think
So
as
I-
long as we're in consultation with the fire chief and the police chief, that satisfies at least my concerns.
Craig, let me just push back on you. There are homeowners associations in town that provide snow removal for their residences, and that's part of the HOA contract. So, I mean,
Where's that?
the ones on Lafayette Street.
Public right of way?
But a public right-of-way, Dennis?
This is a public right-of-way.
No, I'm talking about inside.
Yeah,
So-
yeah. You're talking about a parking lot, but not out on,
this
New
is-
Jersey Avenue.
That's not this animal. I mean, when we accept the street, we accept the utilities within it, we maintain those, we accept, the plowing and the maintenance of all the improvements within that. right.
But the homeowner association is going to be responsible for snow removal on Cedar Court and Cedar Drive and the cul-de-sac, I guess.
Those become
Public streets.
public streets.
All right, okay.
The HOA is meant to take care of the common elements, the retaining walls on common streets, the stormwater system, there's 3 separate systems on this. They have to maintain those. That's an element of a HOA to maintain those.
And I'll just speak from the administration side. It's actually easier if it's just Public Works' responsibility to do that, because then there's no who does what, where, when, and how. That's the streets that they have to cover, because I've run into issues where if it is the homeowners association, now they're like, well, who does what, when? They have the plows out, they can handle that.
Well, I'm going to speak from my experience. A homeowners association in a community that we're talking about own those streets, and they're responsible for the repair and the snow removal. I belong to one right now in Florida, and any community I talk to, those roads are usually owned by the association.
That's not the case.
No.
That's not the case here.
So they've made an arrangement with the city?
The city will take over the ownership of the street. Cape May Avenue is a street already, for example.
Well, look at Harbor Cove, what happened there with the private homeowners. It was
But
a
Cape
disaster.
Avenue is becoming the homes.
Yeah.
That's still a
That's
disaster.
not going to be a road.
So I'm speaking from my perspective. I agree with Craig's analysis that it is easier if it just is the city street, and then we would assume that responsibility. My question is about the width here on the 2 cul-de-sacs, since it is going to be a city street. You have 40, I'm trying to look at the first one, my eyes are bad. Can you help talk us through the width of each cul-de-sac and how that relates to the width of the actual street for public service, for, DPW and fire safety and things like that?
So the pavement width is 28 feet. The cul-de-sac diameter is 80 feet. The right-of-way extends beyond that, so you've got curbing that surrounds the cul-de-sac. That's the big cul-de-sac down to the south of, or where our road ends, basically. The upper one is not necessarily, it's a shape of a cul-de-sac, but it's not necessarily a full cul-de-sac. It allows for the ability, somebody that ventures into the property mistakenly and needs to make a turn and head back, they have the ability to make that turn. And even for the fire trucks, that if they have to stop at that location and attend to any potential emergency, they have the ability to do so and still allow vehicles to go by without any interruption.
And that's my question is so are we proposing allowing them to be able to park on the street if they need to, or is everything going to be in driveways, and that's where we're forcing everybody?
Public is not allowed to park in the cul-de-sac areas,
Okay.
period. We made that clear to the fire official, and he agreed with us.
No parking on these streets at all?
No, not on the streets, in the cul-de-sacs. There are certain parking locations on the street.
How wide is the actual street itself?
So, like I said, the pavement width is 28 feet. It's very similar to what was approved for the Valvento subdivision. 7 feet will be, in certain areas, allocated for parking, and the remaining 21 feet.
The parking on one side, not both sides?
That is correct, only on one
I
side.
think it's
Yes.
appropriate for you at this point, because all these questions are directed at the RSIS requirements. Can you provide a statement verifying that this plan has been designed in accordance with residential site improvement standards?
Thank you, Craig. It is designed in accordance with RSIS standards. The most recent, I believe, that was adopted in 2023.
Okay.
So we have designed it in accordance with RSIS. And
And what that means is it's not our common street. I mean, Velvento is a perfect example of it. We were subject to that. Velvento has parking on one side and sidewalk on one side, and that's the requirement for this type of street. Same thing here. Parking is permitted on one side, and there's only sidewalk on one side. Okay? That's requirements of the RSIS, which supersedes our code ordinance.
I have to say, in some ways, it doesn't make a lot of sense, because people use the sidewalks on both sides of the street, and you have people who are going to be crossing the street in the middle of a block, and it's a safety issue to walk out between cars, to go from one side of the street to the other and back again. I'm certainly I mean, there's certainly safety concerns with that, and by not having sidewalks on both sides of the street.
I hate it. I agree with you 100%, but we end up with this because that RSIS supersedes our ordinance, and therefore we can't make them put sidewalk on both sides, and we can't make them widen the road to our typical standard.
Okay, because that should I mean, another piece, we have an issue with parking in town, and we don't know how the properties are going to be utilized, but what we have seen in other neighborhoods where residential properties that were formerly family homes have become short-term rentals, the impact on those neighborhoods has been significant as far as the increase in on-street parking, where people who used to be able to find a parking spot near their house, now they can't find a parking spot even on their street. And this, by having parking on only one side of the street, is going to impact significantly on that, and there's going to be now another, potentially, if there's 22 additional residences in that area, it's going to put that much more pressure on that area of Cape May for parking, which is already seeing increased pressure.
our plans show a typical lot. I call it landscape plan, but it also it's actually on sheet C09, top left-hand side of the sheet. It gives the ability for practically every lot with the shortest, even the shortest driveway, to allow for 2 parking spaces within the driveway, plus a parking and a garage before you even spill over into the street. So we've taken that into account, and we've done calculations that are shown on sheet.
I understand. It's just that, and that may be what the what is permitted, but we've seen that in areas that have what's permitted, that have it's increased on-street parking. So even you have a just because the way the properties are being utilized and the impact on the neighborhood. So losing that one side of the street parking just has an impact. That's my point.
Understood. No.
Can I ask a question at this point? It's been discussed a couple times about this homeowners association, and I'm not clear, based on what I've read so far, is what is the homeowners association going to be responsible for, and what are they not going to be responsible for? And could we include in this document that we're reviewing a list of things that they, for example, utility infrastructure, as an example? So is there a way we can generate that kind of a list?
We don't generate it.
Well, we do, we require them to.
So,
Actually,
Craig's comment.
it is required prior to final subdivision approval that they provide the HOA documents. And at that point, I guess you can go through the documents and make sure that includes all of those areas that the HOA is going to be responsible for. At this point, on preliminary subdivision approval, we obviously don't have the HOA documents to review.
Just the way this is spelled out now, that's a street,
Yeah, I'm not,
city street, and all the water and sewer, all the utilities are not part of the HOA. They are the responsibility of the city.
That's what I was asking.
That's how it's being presented.
So the
That's
city
what
is,
they're presenting to
the
us.
city is going to be responsible for the installation of all of the utilities?
No, no, not the installation. The improvements are put in by the developer. Ultimately, the city inspects those improvements, verifies that they're acceptable, and then accepts the city street.
And everything under the streets is going to be, all the utilities,
Everything within the right-of-way lines typically will be,
all the utilities plus the stormwater removal system.
right. So like I mentioned it earlier, there are some retaining walls that are within the city right-of-way. I recommend that if we're going to accept those, they have to be of a higher quality and better build, better engineered retaining wall as opposed to the ones that are on the residential lots. Because the city doesn't want to mess with those. Once they're built, they should last forever.
Okay.
I could ask a question. For the Environmental Commission did the review, and in part of the sample landscape plan, they found that most of the species were non-native. Do you guys have a plan to address their concerns in terms of native species for the proposed landscape plan?
We definitely will work with them to identify what native species that they would recommend and their availability. And we don't have an issue making a change to what we show in terms of landscaping on the lots.
Okay, so you would work with the Environmental Commission and the Shade Tree Commission to ensure that-
Absolutely, yes.
Craig will read that into the,
Yeah,
but then they can respond to that at that point. He's going to ask them, do you agree to do this? Do you do this? It's going to be on the record at that point that they're going to agree to do it.
I just wanted to ask the question in advance, but yes, thank you.
All right.
You're allowed to.
You're right, thank you. And I just did?
And with regard to
Any
Craig's
other
comments,
questions
we've...
before we go to Craig?
Is your presentation complete?
Yes.
Okay.
Far away.
All right. I'd like to summarize my May 6, 2026 review memorandum. This is a project located in the R1 Preserved Wetlands Low Density Residential District and Preserved Wetlands. You've heard a lot of testimony with regards to what is proposed. The applicant is seeking preliminary major subdivision approval, and that will be conditioned on quite a few things that we discussed tonight. You've heard testimony that there are 22 proposed detached single-family dwellings and 3 vacant remainder lots. And I'm just going to roll. We already dealt with completeness, so I don't have to touch that. We did recommend deeming it complete. It should be noted that item F and I will be required prior to them getting final major subdivision approval. So once again, this is only preliminary. They have to come back, and they have to come back after they get all their DEP approvals and all the other regulatory approvals that are necessary. Okay. I'm just going to roll and just highlight the variances. They've already provided testimony in the positive, negative criteria with regards to the variances that have been requested. There are 2 that are identified on page 5 of 10 of my report. One is for lot frontage for lot 24. The second is for the retaining wall height. And it should be noted that the retaining wall height in our code has a maximum of 2 feet. So anything in excess of that requires a variance. It also permits to have a safety protection fence on top of it. They're proposing to do that. I'm encouraging them to do that. I would not want to see someone, have a child go out the back of a dwelling and fall over a 5 to 7 foot retaining wall. So not something we want to see. So for those reasons, I did support granting that variance. We added 2. One is for lot 25. It had a lot size of 7,917, where 9,375 is the minimum permitted in the R1 district. And we also, they requested a variance from our affordable housing requirements. and that's based on the UHAC requirements, and they would like to modify the phasing plan that's required, and that will be negotiated with City Council. And as per a recommendation from the board, that should come back to this board for review and approval?
Correct,
Okay, I'll use that language. Okay, so those were the 4 variances. You've heard testimony with regards to those. I'm not going to bore you with that. I'm going to move right on to my general review comments. All of these should be conditions of approval unless otherwise noted. Item number 1 is Section 525-59C, potential development. This is our evaluation for the street vacations. And it says that if we're going to vacate streets, that we have to make sure we're not hampering anyone from accessing the street. So ownership matters. We can't, block anyone from not being able to access their street. So that evaluation is done before this recommendation is made to City Council. So that should be provided and addressed. Second item, we've asked for the meets and bounds of the residential lots and the remainder lots. It is recommended that they be deed restricted from future development. I believe through testimony, you've actually indicated that you're going to do that.
Except for Lot 23, which is the center lot because of whatever we need to work out with the...
Okay. But ultimately, there will be no development with dwellings.
Correct.
Okay. Now, does that include all the block and lots that were included in this development? Block 1177, 1178, 1188, and 1189?
No, just 1178, 1179.
Why are we not deed restricting 1188 and 1189?
They're not, really not part of the application, although they were initially stated as part of it, but all the development is 1178, 1179. Correct.
Is there potential development opportunities on 1188 and 1189?
We don't see any, but I'll let Mr. Nader address that.
You mean the encroachment onto 11?
No,
The
two
two other
blocks
blocks.
next
The
door.
two other blocks.
What's,
We did not include those 2 blocks as part of this subdivision.
We understand, but is there?
they were part of the
intention-
application.
Yeah. Is there an intention to do so in the future?
I don't believe that there will be, but give us a chance to talk to the DEP about it, because we have not had the opportunity to go back and discuss this item with the DEP with regard to where the wetlands and their associated buffers. So once we're done in here and we submit the plans and the permits to the DEP, then we'll have a better idea where we're going to go with these.
Are you submitting that, yeah? Are you,
Ask you a question.
Yes.
Where the street ends at 1178, it hasn't been cul-de-sac or anything else.
Talking about these right here.
Designed so that could cross over Brooklyn Avenue over to 1188 or whatever that is?
88 or 89?
It's not intended to cross over from one side to the other. The DEP has indicated to us that those wetlands will not basically have any reduction in any buffer. They gave us the opportunity to look into the buffer that has been imposed on our property of 150 feet. They said if you do a study and you submit to the DEP, you have the opportunity to reduce that buffer from 150 to 50 feet. That does not mean that we're going to come back with any additional development or any additional lots, but that may potentially mean that some of the lots that we have on the inside will no longer be disturbing the buffer.
So your
Let me ask-
testimony is you haven't really taken a look at
88.
88 and 89 to see if there's uplands or wetlands.
We have. We're not looking to develop 88 or 89.
Let me ask a logistical question, because when these plans were initially submitted, all 4 blocks were included in the application. Has the application been modified to only include 1178 and 1177?
77, 70.
The plan indicates 1177, 1178.
Okay. What, does the application include
I
both?
have to look at the application.
Can I ask another follow-up question to that?
That's an
The
important question.
application,
I want to know whether or not you're planning on submitting an application to the DEP that includes just the 2 lots or the 4 lots?
Just the 2 lots.
Okay, for the record.
Yes.
Can I offer something here?
What-
with respect to these two lots?
I want an answer to that question with
Yeah.
regards to the application.
Well, I actually do have an answer.
We can,
How could you have an answer?
And my answer is that if you look at this plan they gave us, they've already identified wetlands. You have to add in buffer zones, which they haven't added in. And when you do, both of those pieces of property are not developable. They're not. And I suggest that I suggest that we use the same application for restricted development in that because it's in front of us and it's in their application.
Well,
I made a recommendation to deed restrict it to
Restricted
prohibit the
already,
development
yeah.
in those
Yeah,
lots.
yeah.
Yeah.
They're not offering that.
Well,
Right, not at this time. It's not that we.
No, I'm just,
We
that's,
won't be offering.
that's what we're dealing
I'm,
with, so.
I'm going to recommend that Mr. Hurlis's, you hear Mr. Hurlis's recommendation.
Okay, so can I also, can I say that as part of being part of the vote, could that be incorporated, that this board would consider, and we can say that it's a condition of approval?
The answer to the question is that they were included in the application, so to the extent that they're not including those lots in this application.
They actually are in the
They
application.
are.
in the application.
Yes, that's her point.
but it's not on the subdivision plan.
It's
Yeah.
not on the
It's listed- They were,
subdivision.
initially, we were looking at including all four, but it was eliminated from the plan. Inadvertently, it wasn't eliminated from the application.
Because it's here? Okay, all right.
So are they withdrawn from the application then, those other two blocks?
Well, we're still discussing.
Okay.
Yes, the question is, have you withdrawn those other two lots from the application? And if so, then you need to need to file an amended subdivision application.
Because you cannot submit them to the DEP. And you can't, I mean, we're now not clear on exactly what we're approving or not, if you're not taking them out.
The DEP has already said they're wetlands, and you have to add the buffers.
We're at, what does the application?
Yeah.
include
Yeah.
all four lots?
Right.
Not the DEP right now.
Well,
The application as it's currently situated before the board includes all four lots.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, can you give us a few moments? to
Sure.
Discuss that?
Well, that's up to the chairman.
Well, we'll take a 10-minute break.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, microphones off, please.
You're twisting and turning everything to be that way. I'm disgusted.
see what I'm saying? Yeah, look at this piece of property. These are two pieces. But they have wetlands right in the middle. They have wetlands, plus you have to add buffer zones. All these things have got to be added to buffer zones. Both of these parcels are totally covered with either wetlands or buffers. Why would they leave them out? Because they want to retain the possibility that they're going to do.
Whoops. By the way, if you want me to just put it on the record, I can do that if you want.
No, I got it. The way I have it, Craig, is that whatever lots are not restricted by DEP and not needed for infrastructure, we will deed restrict. That's basically it?
Yeah.
All right. Thanks.
I'd say provide a conservation easement. The deed restriction is so broad, I don't think that's actually what he's asking for.
Okay.
All right, guys, we're back. So I guess your answer to Craig's question is?
Well, yeah, so the board's concern is that these other areas are not developed for residential lots. That's the overriding concern that the board has. And the applicant has no intention of adding additional residential development. But we would rather have the DEP work out those issues with us, and whatever they say is subject to a conservation easement, we will agree to, and whatever is not needed for infrastructure, we will add a conservation easement for. So the bottom line is, we will agree with you, but we don't want to do it at this point. We want to do it when we come back for final, after we see what DEP is going to require as a conservation easement. So we will accept the conservation easement that the city wants, to the extent those lots are not already restricted by DEP, and to the extent they are not needed for infrastructure only, so that there will be no residential development on any of the remaining lands.
Tony, did you get DEP approval before you agreed to deed restrict the 3 lots inside your project?
They have not gotten that.
Well, then why should,
They got the.
First of all, we said we would only restrict those 2 lots, which really are outliers that really don't have any.
you're deed
any
restricting 3
development
lots.
potential. The 2 lots.
You're not.
When we say deed
restricting
restriction, we're
23?
really talking about a conservation easement. And we'll use the same language that the DEP uses for conservation easements, so we include everything that is protective of the environments with respect to any of the land that is not needed for infrastructure and not otherwise subject to a DEP conservation easement. Whatever is left over at the end of the day, the applicant would agree to expand the conservation easement to all of the undeveloped parcels.
That's 11, block 1188 and block 1189.
That's correct. Ray, is there anything you want to add to that? Okay, thank you.
Question?
Basically, the applicant is agreeing that there will be no further residential development on blocks 11, whatever they were, 1188 and 1189. Correct?
Correct. So, I mean,
Okay, I do have another question for Tony. Tony, on the state's letter, it said that the designated places where the wetlands exist have to be shown on your plans and have to be marked as such as a piece of land identified by DEP. In their letter, they say that. Now, where is that on the map? Let me
sheet
just show you where
CO2.
it says it.
On sheet CO2,
It says, bottom of first page, it has to be identified with the quote, freshwater wetlands and water boundary lines as verified by DEP. Is that on your plan?
the wetlands are shown on our plan. They're shown on sheet CO2 in its entirety. On sheet CO2, basically showing wetlands on blocks 1177, 78, 88, and 89. That is correct.
But you submitted 4 blocks to the DEP.
Yeah, that's 77, 78, 88, and 89.
Right, so, but it came back from them, 1188 and 1189 are both identified as wetlands in these 2 big lines with space that will be requiring buffer zones in the middle. How is that not good enough to restrict this from ever being developed again right now?
We just agreed. We just agreed to it. I don't know what
You
we
didn't
missed.
agree to it?
Yeah, we did.
Dennis, they did.
No. Can it be deed restricted?
They agreed to do that.
We agreed to
They
a,
agreed, they agreed to send it to DEP.
No, they,
They agreed.
yeah.
Is that going to be part of our recommendation?
and I,
That's going to be one of the conditions. They made a representation that the lots will not be developed except as it relates to infrastructure and or conservation that's placed on it by the DEP, but they have made a specific representation that they will not further develop those properties for residential
And that's going to be in
development.
our resolution.
It's going to be in whatever, yes, that'll
right.
be in it.
and we also, I mean, if we can refer to it as a conservation easement as opposed to a deed restriction, and this way it has a little bit more definition to it, because that's an easement that is generally approved and required by DEP, and will adhere to that same requirement.
Okay. All right, item number 3 on page 6 of 10 is a stormwater maintenance plan has been indicated. A HOA is required, so we've asked for HOA documents must be provided for review prior to final approval. They should also include the stormwater maintenance in that HOA document. Item number 4, excuse me. The applicant has proposed a stormwater system within the paved cartway. I think that might be a remainder comment. I think you
I think
removed
so,
those.
yes.
All of the stormwater systems have been removed out of the right-of-ways? Is that correct?
With the exception of the cul-de-sac, I believe.
Okay.
There are 2 that remain
right.
because of the room that's available for us in the cul-de-sac.
And then I mentioned the road will be elevated and will contain a reinforced concrete retaining wall that supports roadway fill. The applicant should indicate who will be responsible for maintenance and infrastructure within the right-of-way. It is recommended that the HOA be required to maintain the walls and the stormwater system within the right-of-way.
I think this was discussed already.
Yeah.
I think,
Understood.
We don't
I'm
have an
just-
issue with that.
That's okay.
Okay, 5 deals with the construction detail for the reinforced concrete retaining walls. That would be necessary for review. Item 6,
Do you want to add to that, subject to your approval?
As well as the city engineer.
I'm going to make a general comment, sort of what we fixed. I might as well do it now since you mentioned it. So I did not, I thought that you were going to be developing all of these lots. I wasn't aware that you were going to be selling them off. Typically, when we don't have house plans on our, we deal with a lot more minor subdivisions. So I have language that recommends we provide a deed notice for every lot. So when it's sold off, it comes up in the deed search when there's a property transaction, and that deed notice says that the applicant is required to comply and provide individual landscaping, grading, drainage, and utility plans for each lot that are consistent with the approved major subdivision plan, and the applicant is required for the costs of review and approval of those plans. Are you agreeable to that?
Yeah, I was thinking more of like a declaration of covenants that impact the entire subdivision, gets recorded before any lot gets sold, and therefore it has the
So
same
long as
impact.
it's a recorded instrument, I'm fine with it.
Okay.
And I will provide the language with you, and we will include that before we get to final, but This is something we do in all our minor subdivisions when we don't have, we don't know exactly who's building what. So in this case, I think it's appropriate.
Okay.
And that would address the retaining wall issue too.
Can you just go over one more time, Craig, what that deed notice would?
So it's a
require?
deed notice. The problem we were having is someone was buying a lot and they weren't knowing what they had to do on it. And they would go try and pull a construction permit and then they would get hit with all the requirements and they'd be like, wow, I got suckered into this, paying this amount of money for this and I got to put a stormwater system in, I got to do this, I got to do that. So what this does is when it's a deed notice, and it's just a little paragraph, and it says they're responsible for providing, having an engineer provide a grading, drainage, in this case, it'll be a retaining wall plan, a landscaping utility plan, and it has to be designed and consistent with the overall major subdivision plan. And they're responsible for the review of those plans.
The concern that had me pop up was not any of the procedural stuff, but don't divest the board of their jurisdiction of granting a variance. And say it has to comply with.
No, that's not the intent. The intent is notifying.
One more phrase in there then?
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
It's more about notifying them of their obligations.
We agree.
We have never discouraged anyone from coming in later and requesting variances.
Just, will comply.
Yeah, that's not the intent. The intent is to notify them of their obligations.
You mentioned retaining wall on that list of things. I sort of assumed that the developer was going to be responsible.
Well, I think we're going to discuss
We'll get that.
I haven't gotten there yet. Okay, and we might as well talk about that now. So I think the recommendation is that the developer is going to be constructing the entire retaining wall system before the lots are sold off. That should be a condition of approval. Okay?
Yep.
That's an extra one.
Including the improved wall where you said the city needs it?
Yeah, so the stuff within the right-of-way is going to be an enhanced wall, that I'm going to approve that design. They already have a retaining wall detail for the single-family dwellings, but that should be constructed overall before all the lots are off. I would argue that it's comprehensive to the development for protection of, flooding and all of that, all of those issues, things that they, verify that are important to this project.
Would you want to add also that maintained by the HOA?
I think I already have that one in there.
Okay, all right.
Can we just add it also in conjunction with consultation with the city engineer as well? You have the board engineer and the city engineer working together, because eventually it's going to become.
Absolutely.
It's going to become my problem, so.
I will not steal Paul's thunder.
Okay, thanks, Greg.
Okay. Item number 6 is, this is just the building height requirements that it says that they have to conform to the maximum building height. We don't have any of that information, obviously. Number 7 is the requirement that all the dwellings have to meet the minimum first floor elevations and must conform to Chapter 258, which is our flood damage protection for new construction code. The flood zone mapping indicates that this is both in zone AE8 and AE9, so they're both appropriate. 8 is our standard requirement that they have to comply with the floor area ratio. 9 is my comments with regards to the parking situation. Plans indicate 20-foot wide by 25-foot deep paver driveways typical of all dwellings with garages. It appears that 3 spaces are provided per lot as defined by RSIS requirements. Is that your proposal? Is you're going to be providing 3? Are we requiring garages in all of these units? Or are these individual future homeowners going to be designing their own property and complying with the residential site improvement standards based on their number of bedrooms? The latter?
That is
or
correct. The latter.
Okay,
Yes,
all right.
Just a question, paver driveway, is that,
we're getting to that.
is that,
No,
well, it's
that's-
here, though, it's listed as one of these comments.
Wait. in number 7?
Number 9.
9.
We're not there yet.
We just did,
We are to number 9?
yeah, we are on number 9.
Oh, all right. So the idea is that we're leaving the choice up to the homeowner to decide if they're going to go with the paver, permeable pavers or not. So if they decide to go with pavers, they have to be permeable pavers.
Okay.
But if they decide to go with stone, stone is permeable, so it can,
So that's, the question to you is,
yes,
do your stormwater calculations,
take credit for permeable pavers.
Yes.
No, we don't.
okay.
Yeah, we take
So it could be
into-
any surface?
It could be any surface.
All right, so.
We just meet whatever lot coverage is.
Okay,
you know,
so then
deal.
there should be no restriction on that, and they'll fall to the city code, and they can provide whatever driveway that the city code allows.
Okay.
Yes.
Got it.
And if they don't have a garage, they have to put 3 spaces outside?
No, so they're going to be required to park in accordance with the number of bedrooms that the house has.
Sweet.
So if they have 5 bedrooms, they're required to have 3 spaces. If they have 4 bedrooms, they're only required to have 2.
2.5.
2. It rounds down. You just want to fight with me tonight, don't you?
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so that's the parking. In other words, they're going to be complying with the residential site improvement standards for the parking requirements for each lot.
Yes.
Number 10 just indicates the site triangle requirements. So those should be provided on the plan. I think you've updated the plan and
We did.
provided most of that information.
Yes.
I think we need to see the meets and bounds and descriptions of those, but that should be provided before we get the final approval. 11 is easements for street intersections. Site triangles should be shown on a plat and descriptions provided for review. I just said that. 12, the existing mosquito ditches will be located on certain dwelling lots. There's a 15-foot wide mosquito ditch easement that's indicated, so we will need to see the easement documents that prevent any disturbance within those, make sure that no homeowner fills those and impedes the flow of stormwater through those mosquito ditches.
Yep.
13 is our review of the stormwater system. This is considered major development. They have provided a grading and drainage plan designed in accordance with the city code. The report indicates that the design complies with not only the city code, the residential site improvement standards, NJAC 5:21-7.1, and the New Jersey DEP stormwater management rules. The applicant has proposed a mechanical filter system to address runoff quality. The proposed systems are located, they were located, I'm going to strike that. They're no longer located within the paved portion of the proposed roadway, but they are located within the stormwater easements. So providing the comments in this report regarding stormwater issues are addressed, the design is acceptable. I've asked for some additional stormwater information to be provided in the stormwater management plan that was provided, and that has to be consistent with the New Jersey DEP best management practice requirements. 15, maintenance plan for the stormwater system has been provided consistent with section 43710. They have to provide that in the maintenance plan. The maintenance plan has to be provided in the HOA documents. So that is their responsibility. So this is where my question arose from. The plans indicate a note indicating stormwater management permeable pavers typical of all driveways on proposed lots. Is that's where I got my comment from. And you're telling me that that's no longer in effect?
It's no longer in effect. Initially, we wanted everybody to have permeable pavers, which will aid in basically stormwater management, but it was not a factor in the design. But we
Okay.
no longer need it.
So you included impermeable driveways for your stormwater calculations. All right, so we strike number 16. 17 is our standard condition that they have to comply with Chapter 525. 18, this is our review of the right-of-way standards. So the proposed street and right-of-way has been reviewed for compliance with the residential site improvement standards. The applicant has indicated that the proposed development will generate 222 trips per day. And we need that information because the RSIS determines how we design the roadway based on the number of trips. So a 40-foot wide right-of-way and a 24-foot in one section and a 28-foot wide paved cartway with no sidewalk on one side meets the requirements for a rural street, residential street access, which supports up to 500 vehicle trips per day. Parking on one side of the road is proposed. No parking signs have been provided for one side of the roadway. That should be modified to include the cul-de-sacs, because there's no parking in the cul-de-sacs, right?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
Shouldn't that be signs that say no parking?
I was just going to say, what it's.
We added that to the plan.
All right,
No,
keep it
says
going.
No parking signs.
All right. 19, all utilities are required to be provided underground, so there will be no overhead power lines or anything like that. That's a RSIS requirement. And then finally, availability letters from all of the utility companies are required. 20, fire hydrant details in accordance with the RSIS are required. 21, as-built surveys of all utilities and stormwater systems shall be required as a condition of approval. 22, water main design and calculations have been provided per the RSIS, and we ultimately will need final approval from the city sewer and water department. And I put that in there because I had not seen their review memos, and I will go over those at the end. 23, street trees are required. The street tree plans indicate, our street tree plan shall include a planting schedule which describes the quantity, common name, botanical name, size, and comments for each species. Street trees have to be planted within the right-of-way because the city ultimately protects those, and shade tree approval for the proposed tree species is recommended. I would add Environmental Commission too, because they had some comments with regards to the species that are proposed. 24, this just shows the requirement that the landscaping plan is required for each individual lot. We've seen that there is an individual typical lot landscaping detail provided on the plan. However, I believe that needs to be modified consistent with the Environmental Commission's comments that I will go over. And piggybacking that right in, item number 25 is my reference to the city's Environmental Commission and the recommended species. Those should be incorporated into your design. 26, just indicating the sidewalk has been provided on one side of the roadway in accordance with the RSIS. There was a sidewalk width of 3 foot indicated. That is not permitted.
I think we corrected that, I believe.
I'm sorry?
If we didn't correct it, we'll go ahead and correct it.
Okay, it's going to be 4 feet, right?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, there is a stop-controlled intersection is required at both the T intersection along Cedar Court and at the proposed intersection of Brooklyn and Maryland Avenues. So we have asked for signage and striping designs to be provided, and the plans have been provided to incorporate that. 28 is our standard condition that they have to submit the final plans to the Streets and Roads Department for review and comply with the requirements. 29 is our review of the street lights that are required. So lights, I think they overlit this, and the city has to pay the electric bills for these, so we only want to see the lights where they're required.
We're happy to reduce them.
Because there's a lot of lights on this plan, a lot more than anywhere else in the city. So lights are only required at the cul-de-sac, the T intersection, at the proposed connection at Brooklyn and Maryland Avenues. So the other ones should be removed. 30 is our standard condition that they have to comply with the fire department, police department, all the other departments, and I'm going to go into those right now. So we received a fire department review dated 5/19/26 that recommended approval. See attached comments, and those comments are Access to the cul-de-sac from the utility easement from Baltimore Avenue will need to be reinforced. We discussed this, you've agreed to that. So that has to support the firefighting apparatus weight for whatever we decide that's going to be that improvement. They've asked for additional fire hydrants to be installed as part of the looped hydrant system at the corner of Maryland and Baltimore and the corner of Maryland and Brooklyn.
Yes, no problem.
Parking along Brooklyn Avenue entering the development will need to be prohibited in the 24-foot wide section to not impede emergency access. So no parking signs along that section need to be added. What we got here? There's a bunch of emails here. Tell me if I missed anything. The police department recommended approval dated 5/10/24. They did not have any comments. The environmental commission recommended denial for the following reasons, and they have 3 reasons. Proposed transition area buffer plan for the exceptional quality wetlands is questionable. The areas offered for compensation will be impacted during construction and everyday use. How will homeowners know these areas cannot be touched? So we've discussed that, and we did recommend, deeming you complete and if any approval is granted tonight, it's conditioned on you getting all of those approvals. To answer that last question, on Velvento Avenue subdivision, I recommended that signs prohibiting disturbance in the wetlands areas be provided along the buffer boundaries. Are you willing to do that?
Yes.
Okay, so that would, I think, would address the second part of that.
Okay.
Item number 2, city approval should not be granted until all wetland general permits in the buffer averaging plan is approved by the DEP. We've already addressed that in the way that we're going to handle it. 3, the sample landscape plan is unacceptable. Most species shown are non-native. Lawns should not be permitted in this highly sensitive wetland area. So, 1, we've asked you to comply and provide, native species.
We've agreed.
I'm not sure how to
No,
deal.
about lawns, though.
That's what,
I mean, this is a elevated area, it's not prone to flooding.
I don't believe that our code prohibits lawns in the preserved wetlands area. So it's a recommendation from them, but I think your plan can go a lot further into complying and having more beneficial wildlife species with regards to your planting plan. I'll keep going. The Public Works Department recommended approval with no comments dated 5/20/2026. I think there's an email in here just agreeing with the request for additional hydrants, and I think that's it. Did I miss any reports?
No.
Okay. All right, back to my report. I was on number 31. Here's the deed notice. I was looking all over for that. So there's the deed notice language.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what we recommend for all of them. 32 is, this is just our standard requirement that this is a major subdivision, so you're required to post the required performance guarantee and inspection escrows. That's number 33. Also, number 34 is your approval is conditioned on compliance with all other necessary state, county, and local approvals, which includes the wastewater quality management plan modification. 35 is informational. This is not within the HPC's jurisdiction. It's not in the historic preservation area. 36 is we always require that the lots be revised consistent with the tax assessor's review. That has been done before they were heard, so that our reference to lots is going to be consistent with his recommended lot number, so that's a good thing. 37 is they have to comply with the Title Recordation Act upon approval by the board. 38, all meets and bounds descriptions and easement descriptions must be provided for review and approval. And then finally, and after approval, evidence of filing is required for those. 39 is another requirement for the Title Recordation Act with regards to the proposed monumentation of the lots. 40 is they are required to comply with all applicable affordable housing requirements at the time of approval, issuance of building permits or certificate of occupancy as applicable. We've already heard testimony from their planner with regards to a variance that was requested, to deal with the phasing. Just to read into the record, they are required to provide 20% set aside. So their obligation for 22 proposed dwelling units is a 4.4 affordable housing obligation. They're required to provide 4 units and required to pay into the Housing Trust Fund for the fractional space. And we've talked about the timing and phasing portion.
Just a clarification on that comment. It's the, it's whatever the affordable housing requirements that are in existence at the time of approval, not as they may change. So,
Did I say as they may?
well, it says at the time of approval, issuance of.
Okay, got it.
Or certificates of occupancy. So I just want to make sure that.
Right.
Whatever's in a.
There's certain triggers in the, that's why I phrased it that way, but I understand your point of clarification. And then finally, last item, just should the board grant any approval, the applicant is required to revise the plans to address all conditions of approval and submit 6 sets of compliance plans to the board engineer for review. I'm happy to answer any questions that the board has.
First of all, is the applicant accepting of the engineer's recommendations and suggestions?
Yes, except as noted, but yes.
Yeah, I do have one comment that I just want to make before we set forth the motion. And looking at this plan and the sensitivity around the number of units being put back there, the one side of the street having parking, the other side having a sidewalk, the wetlands, I would put forth to you to consider not developing some of the lots for homes. And I'm talking specifically about the inside perimeter lots, which would take about, 7 or lots out for development. So lots 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, and 8. And I put it forth to you as a consideration as you go through this. We've talked about parking. We've talked about having sidewalk on one side. We've talked about the concern around the retaining wall. This would significantly reduce that retaining wall requirement back there, and only required on, I think, 3 lots on the right-hand side as you're coming into the development. So I just put it out there for consideration as you go through this exercise, as you look at what kind of homes are going to be built, how many bedrooms they're going to have, the density that will be back there, and what I think many in this city consider an extremely sensitive environmental area. And so I just want to put that forth as a consideration to your group as you're looking at this development before you proceed any further. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, what I'm going to do now is we're going to open up to the public. Anybody within 200 feet wishes to come up to the lectern and comment? Anybody within 200 feet? You would have gotten a notice in the mail.
Should I identify myself? Yeah, please state your name and address. My name is Walter DeForest. I own the home at butts on New York and Baltimore, and the other side's of El Bendo.
Can you spell your last name for me, please?
DeForest.
And what's your address? What is your address?
1500 Del Vento.
Thank you.
So for those of you who are not familiar with it, it's a very serene and beautiful space of land back there with many animals. There's a lot of coyotes, beautiful hawks, and it's a very special area. It very much attracted me, and I spent a lot of money for the lot that I got. And if you look at the drawings of where the wetlands are, and you listen to the presentation of very able counsel and experts, what they tell you is what they're asking you to waive is the essential thing that will enable them to destroy that ecosystem. They told you that it wouldn't be economically feasible to comply because they would have to do too many other things. And so you're the key to it. And they wanted you to say, okay, so they can go to the other agencies and said, well, Cape May is okay with it. And I just wanted you to hear from somebody who looks at this. So, first of all, they're actually destroying the ecosystem there. And if you listen to their answers on the other two parcels, what they didn't say was they wouldn't disturb those parcels. They only said we won't put residential homes in there. So we could put a big road through there or do other things. And so you have to listen, in my opinion, listen carefully to what they say. So the result of this is we're not just destroying the ecosystem in these two parcels, but also the other two. And your decision on a retaining wall is critical. Because if they can do it without the retaining wall, go ahead and let them do it. If they don't need your variance, they wouldn't be here. I think you put a lot of money on that. So what do I care about? I care about the ecosystem. And listening to the presentation and the board's questions, I have a concern that that issue has already been passed. The board's already passed that issue about whether or not to preserve the ecosystem. And if I'm right on that, as I fear I am, then you would go to a couple other issues. They're going to not just drive out the animals back there, but they're going to do two other things. They're going to put 2 roads back there. Because if you listen, again, you have to listen. I don't mean to talk to you that way. I get trained to listen carefully to what lawyers say, because I'm a lawyer. And what they said was, they're going to also use Baltimore. So that's what they want. So if you've already made a decision that we destroy the ecosystem, and that is not I'm just a resident, and I bought this from my retirement home with my wife. I haven't quite retired yet, but I'm this close. So I wouldn't let them use 2 roads. It's bad enough they're going to use Brooklyn. I wouldn't be letting them drive a lot of construction vehicles through the other side. One highway back in there is enough. And then, if that orange line, and I was listening to your comments about how many lots they're going to develop. Well, they're going to develop as many lots as they can, right? As many as you say they can. But that concrete wall, I'm going to look at the back end of that concrete wall. Now they're going to not obstruct the views of the other side of this bowl that's being created. It's sort of like a big bowl being created back there because they want to sell the lots. That's what this is about. I mean, this is America. You could sell lots as long as you don't need a variance. But they're going to shape up it like a bowl. So on the one side of the bowl, the people who are on the other side, not my side, the other side, they're going to have to be looking at something, and they're going to make it attractive so they can sell them a lot, because nobody wants to be looking at a concrete wall, which is what I'm looking at. So assuming you're going to destroy the ecosystem, because it's what they want to do, then I don't think they should only be able to take care of one side of that wall. Somehow, they should be forced to, if they're going to create some sort of natural system back there, they should do it on both sides of the wall. Otherwise, we're going to have a real monstrosity here. We're going to put two roads back in there, and then we're going to build what looks like a prison wall, the backside of a prison wall. And so, think about that. Would you want to be looking at a 7 or 8 foot concrete wall with a fence on top of it? And destroying all the animals back there? There are a lot of animals, but let me assure you, at nighttime, the birds are really beautiful. If you want something pleasant, maybe you should do this sooner rather than later. Come back there at night, just when it's getting dusk. And the night birds come out. And they sing, and it's a beautiful thing.
Anybody else within 200 feet? We'll open up to anybody in the public.
You need to state your name, spell your last name, and give me your home address, please.
Right. My name's Robert DeYoung, 1608 Maryland Avenue. I appreciate the time. I appreciate the information. My son Timothy could not be here tonight, but he wanted me to read something. So he's addressing everyone. Good evening, members of the Planning Board. I am here to speak against the preliminary major subdivision proposed by RAJ Realty Investments. Current regulatory and geotechnical realties, this 20-acre footprint is not dry, stable land. The recent letter of interpretation issued by the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection on June 9, 2025, confirms that a significant portion of this property remains encumbered by wetlands and transition areas. The soil here is characterized by high moisture, hydric conditions, and regular inundation, making it inherently unstable for construction. Because the property is so heavily constrained by these environmental features, the DEP will need to review permit applications for any proposed development. This parcel is a low-lying area that acts as a vital sponge. Everybody seen a sponge? What happens when you squeeze a sponge? It's got to go somewhere, right? Where do you think it's going to go? I can show you our future. You can take a look at these pictures. This is my good friend and neighbor.
Hold on one second, we're going to have to mark those.
Sure.
Did you take these photographs?
Ken Yates did at 1624 Maryland Avenue.
All right, so we're going to mark them. What was the last marking that we had? Objector 1, 2, and 3?
And he would also have liked to have been here, but unfortunately, he had a personal issue that he had to attend to. But I will tell you this, there's a lot of people in our development that walk around that, for one reason or another, did not get the certified letter because, obviously, it might have been sent to a house that they're not at. The point is,
It was a list generated by the city.
Oh, and I'm sure it was sent to everybody, but I mean, there were a number of individuals, and I don't want to mention them by name because they're not here, but they would have liked to have been here, but they just didn't have the time, unfortunately, because they didn't know about it.
You really do need to keep your comments to personal firsthand knowledge.
Sure.
I gave you a little leeway because
Okay.
your son wasn't here,
Yep,
but you really do need to keep your comments to firsthand knowledge.
okay,
'Cause
very good.
In effect, you are testifying here today.
Yes, okay.
Please.
Okay. The parcel's a low-lying area and acts as a vital sponge for Cape May by absorbing storm surges and heavy rainfall. It protects our existing neighborhoods from flooding. Paving over this land creates 22 housing lots would replace the natural absorption with impermeable surfaces like concrete and asphalt, forcing the water into our streets and putting unnecessary strain on local drainage infrastructure. Even with this 20-acre footprint, the land is linked to broader wetland systems. It provides high-quality habitat for federally and state endangered species. There's a lot of things we just saw the other day in Osprey. The site also serves as a crucial stopover point for migratory birds along the Atlantic Flyway, as well as butterflies and other animals. I would just think for a moment, when is going to be the opportunity for us to keep a rare, contiguous piece of natural open space, approving local variances for a land that is ecologically sensitive and fundamentally constrained by state environmental regulations is a risk to our city. I urge this board to deny this application, uphold the preservation of this ecosystem, and protect our community with costly impacts of increased flooding. Thank you, sir.
You do understand that the application is consistent with the land use laws except for the variances which are sought, and that the applicant can build this development irrespective of whether or not the board grants or denies this application. The issue is whether the board is going to grant the variances. But if they meet the criteria, this board is constrained under the law to actually approve this application.
Right. And I appreciate the opportunity, and I did not know about this when I bought my house a year ago. And people that have been in the community for 30 years, they'd never thought that anything like this could be built. So that's where the concern is.
I just wanted to make sure you understood that the constraints that this board has to act under.
Right. I think I don't understand everything, but I'm going to continue to try to be more informed as we go, and I apologize for anything I may have said that was out of line. Thank you very much.
Question? Sure. Mr. DeYoung? Yes. I just have a question. We heard your environmental concerns, but can you focus on the retaining wall and the height of the retaining wall and how that's going to have a negative impact on you where you live?
I think what happens is when you ever have a grade and you have a wall, you can go in anybody's neighborhood in the backyard here, and people take and they raise their border of their property. Why? Because they're trying to keep the water out from other people. You're trying to keep the water from other people, out of your development. And where's that water going to go? That's my opinion.
Are you an expert in engineering and drainage? No. So it's your opinion, but it's not based on any expert.
That's why I said I'm learning. I'm trying to learn.
Thank you for your
Thank you. Okay.
My name is Mark Stork. I live at 1629 New York Avenue. I just wanted to remind people that I've been here for 23 years, been through some storms. When Hurricane Sandy came through, the water came from the back, from the bay, in. It didn't come from the ocean. Now, in our home, 1629 York Avenue, which our backyard is the homes on Maryland Avenue, we got the city, we couldn't come into our home. The city, they wouldn't let you in. The city was closed. But we got about 10 inches of water in our garage, which obviously did damage. And once we were able to come into town, the water at Maryland Avenue on the curb for days just kept pouring over obviously into the sewers. But when you start talking about what this gentleman said earlier, when you're talking about elevating the streets, everything else, that water is going to go somewhere the next time we get a big storm. Not to mention that we all know how wet it is back there all the time. That's why we call them wetlands. So I just wanted to kind of remind people that we do get storms down here. And the water from the wetlands, Maryland Avenue is always soaked. All you have to do is walk the street and see the damage. So I just wanted to bring that up.
Hi, my name is Marie Paglucci, 1620 Maryland Avenue. I've been down here now about 28 years, and every time it rains, the streets get flooded. They get flooded from Baltimore up to Maryland Avenue. Even this past weekend, we didn't have a lot of rain. I mean, there was ducks floating in the street. My backyard, I had to put in drains to keep the water to at least where I can walk back there a week after it rains. So I'm very concerned about them building more infrastructure because there's no place for the water to go. And that's one of my major concerns. I mean, I have a whole laundry list of things that we talked about. Shade Tree Commission, you can't knock down any tree in this town without them all over your back. I can't put a built-in swimming pool in, and I've tried for 20 years, and it's because of lot coverage. Now, you've mentioned built-in swimming pools. Is everyone going to have to go before the board to make sure their lot is, sufficient enough? I mean, these are some of the concerns that I have as well. And then I know when they did the houses on Valminto, Gus Andy was coming in for years with truckloads of stone to build up that street. Are we going to build up, that area before we even build on it? And if so, where are all these construction vehicles, going to go to when they come into town? That's just a couple of the things that I have, other than, of course, the ecosystem with the birds and the coyotes that are there. I mean, they're there. We see them at night because I live directly across the street from them. So they're in there. And once you start building, where are all these animals going to go? Just another thing to think about. But like I said, I just think, my biggest concern is really the water. Because it rains, it floods every time it rains, and we don't even need a major storm. It goes from Brooklyn all the way down to the middle of 1620 Maryland Avenue. And you can drive down that any rainstorm, and you can see that street's flooded. Thank you.
Stacy Sheehan, Sheehan, 928 Columbia Avenue. Do I have to be sworn in or not? Okay. My question is concerning the CAFA permit. For CAFA and wetlands, even though this is under 25 units, has the New Jersey DEP provided a jurisdiction determination confirming no CAFA permit or additional wetlands review is needed due to the proximity or to exceptional resources, value, wetlands, and habitat?
Well, the trigger for CAFRA is 25 residential units, so there's no jurisdictional determination needed for that.
But I thought there was more than just the number of houses. It has to do with the wetlands, the proximity to the wetlands, and if you're impeding things with that.
That's a wetlands issue. CAFRA is a hard trigger with either 25 residential units, or if it's a commercial property, 50 or more, or over 50 parking spaces. With residential, as long as you're under 25, it's not subject to CAFRA jurisdiction, but it is subject to all the other areas of DEP, including wetlands, water quality management, and so forth.
The applicant is going to be required to obtain all necessary NJDEP approvals prior to getting final subdivision approval, to the extent that's where it goes, this application.
In Cape May, the roads that we have is what the roads were built years ago, which conforms to a lot more one-way with parking on one side of the street. Here we have a development that we have the opportunity to make the street wider and have parking on both sides. But they're going with the fact it's only going to be parking on one side of the street, therefore not allowing more parking spots for these homes. We all know that people come with more than one car. Homes are usually 2, 3, 4 cars. And where are they going to park in this area that's already going to be congested with parking only on one side of the street?
Patricia Gray Hendricks, Hendricks, 106 Trenton Avenue. So before I address the development itself, I think it's important to recognize and put on the record how we got here. The preservation of Sewell Track was not automatic. It was the result of decades of litigation and the sustained effort of local residents. The concerned citizens for the preservation of Sewell Track stepped in as an intervener in this court case in what became one of the longest-running court cases in the state of New Jersey. This was not a joint effort with the city of Cape May. Despite efforts to work collaboratively, the initiative moved forward independently. No city funds were used. Instead, the concerned citizens for the preservation of Sewell Track raised over $500,000 from private citizens to carry this effort through completion. My husband, Charles Hendricks, served as the president of the concerned citizens for the preservation of Sewell Track, and he passed away in October. But he died knowing that the work had been completed and the land preserved. Tonight, I continue that work. Over the past several weeks, I've been flooded with phone calls asking the same question: how can this development be happening? Didn't we win the case when the state purchased Sewell Track for $19 million? And I've made it clear as I could. These lots are outside the bounds of Sewell Track. This application is not a violation of that preservation. However, and this is the clarity that's important, as a broker of real estate, a former member of the Cape May Planning Board, and currently serving on the Cape May County Planning Board and reviewing development applications, I can tell you this: the preservation of Sewell Track is directly tied to the value in the market dynamics of this development. When the state acquired 100 acres, it did not simply stop development. In fact, it fundamentally changed the surrounding market. At one time, the track would have supported hundreds of homes, but permanently removing that density, the supply of future housing in this area was significantly reduced. And we all know when supply is reduced, values increase. And it's important to remember what was avoided. Development of the Sewell Track would not only have meant hundreds of additional homes, it would have required the city to assume significant infrastructure responsibilities under a previously negotiated settlement agreement. And just as important, there were real environmental implications. It's already been mentioned tonight, and many of us remember Hurricane Sandy. When the Sewell Track functioned exactly as it should, as a natural sponge, absorbing water and helping to protect the surrounding community, that protection would have been compromised with development. And we don't have to speak about this in abstract terms. This evening, the Cape May Planning Board is hearing a specific subdivision by an applicant who could very well be setting the stage for other potential residential development. In fact, he owns parcels that were listed in the Cape May County Multiple Listing Service in May of 2021 for approximately $5 million per block. But following the Sewell Track settlement litigation, each one of those blocks, the 1,500, the 1,600 blocks of Maryland, and the 1,500 and the 1,600 blocks of Idaho, were price adjusted from $5 to $25 million each, but have since expired from the MLS. This is not coincidental. This is a market placing a very real premium on the value created by the permanent preservation of Sewell Track. At the same time, the land is no longer a subdivision. It is permanently preserved open space. And in real estate, proximity to protective open spaces carries a premium. Buyers pay for protected views, a quieter environment, and the certainty it will never be developed. But beyond economics, there's something else that must be recognized in this room tonight by you, the Cape May Planning Board. The Sewell Track is not just an open space. It is a historic landscape. The views across those 100 acres, they're open, they're natural, they're uninterrupted, and they're a part of what defines this area in Cape May. And once those views are compromised, they're gone. It's also been acknowledged that while this land may be developed, the responsibility at the local level is to ensure what is approved. It is strictly and should be compatible with the master plan. And it minimize the impact to Sewell Track. That includes real practical impacts such as increased traffic surrounding streets, which we've heard Baltimore, we've heard Brooklyn, we've heard Maryland. So while this 22-home development may sit outside Sewell Track, it is undeniably benefiting from it. It benefits from the removal of competing density. It benefits from the adjacency to preserved land, and it benefits from significant public investment that enhance the value of the entire area. And that outcome, the preservation of that track, was through the effort, funding, and persistence of private citizens who carried that responsibility for years. So as this project is evaluated, it should be done with the full understanding that the value shaping the development today is not accidental. It was created, protected, and paid for through a community-driven effort.
Can I ask her a question, Mr. Chairman? Mrs. Hendricks, I just have one question, please, before.
Certainly.
A couple questions, actually. First, thank you for your comments. You served on the planning board, and you were also a member of city council for 4 years, correct?
Correct.
Okay, during that time, if you were so concerned about preserving this land, did you ever propose an ordinance that would have rezoned it as conservation?
As a member of city council, in spite of the fact that I had my head next to the pillow where my husband slept every night, and he did what he did, I did what I did, and I was advised by the solicitor that I should recuse myself from any discussions. And if you went over the 4 years that I served in office, both as a city council person, member, and as the deputy mayor, I never once commented on it.
But if you put aside the East Cape May Associates project, which involved the citizens group that you're mentioning, they were not involved in any litigation with this applicant. And these 4 blocks have always been out there as land that was eligible to be developed under zoning. Putting aside East Cape May Associates, you could have just said, I'm going to limit I'll let DEP worry about Sewell Point Track and East Cape May Associates, but we have other land here that we could restrict for conservation purposes, but you never took that initiative. But now that the applicant is here trying to get approvals based on the ordinances that were in existence when you were on city council and continue in existence, you're opposing the development. It's not fair to have an ordinance that allows development and say we want to have it for conservation. Do you agree with that?
I don't think I said conservation. You're dealing with a variance tonight.
Well, if
By right.
they can't build it, what else is it going to be used for?
But I'm saying they have the right to do it by right,
They're doing it by right.
in the variance.
So your opposition is mainly the retaining wall variance. And tell me why that alone is a problem.
I'm not going to get drilled at this point. At this point, I'm not going to get drilled. I've made my comments. And I didn't.
She just did, though.
I'm just saying, I
Said
didn't
she's
bring
only
up my
objecting to
comments,
variance.
I was talking about the landscape, the preservation, and the value of the land. If the land wasn't this valuable,
All land in Cape May is valuable.
if the land wasn't as valuable as it has become after Sewell Track. Thank you. I'm not going to go through cross-examination.
I think you made your point.
Okay, good.
Hi, please state your name, spell your last name, and your home address, please.
Yes, Roz Johnson, Johnson, 826 Lafayette Street. I would just like to remind the committee that you are the guardians, one of the guardians of Cape May. And before you make any decision, please ask yourself the question, is what is presented in the best interest of all of Cape May? Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, we're going to close the public portion. And I guess, Tony, you have any closing?
I do, Mr. Chairman. Just bear with me for a second. And I didn't mean to be overly critical of the comments, but I was only trying to point out that what I'm hearing is the people that object to this do not want to see any development here. And the retaining wall is really the reason that's being used for that, but the underlying motive is no development, although they all have their homes in areas close by and don't want their views obstructed or just don't want any additional development in their neighborhood. We have an application that meets all of the bulk requirements for this zone. There's not one variance from the bulk requirements that we're asking for, except for those 2 irregular lots, which could be consolidated with the other lots, but I don't even view that as an issue. The only real issue is the retaining wall, which is doing nothing but protecting the environment, because without the retaining wall, there would be more damage to the environment, or at least more impact to the environment, because instead of having a retaining wall, the elevation of the road would have to slope down into the transition area. So the testimony was clear, both experts who testified that this is an exceptional situation. It meets the hardship criteria. It also advances several purposes of zoning, and also satisfies the negative criteria. So there's really no reason for this board to deny this application. This is a first step, and this first step will lead to other applications and approvals that are required, including going to City Council for street vacation, going to DEP for an amendment to the Water Quality Management Plan, and also obtaining the transition area waiver and the buffer averaging. There was one comment about doing anything you want in the two other lots, even though there's no homes that are going to be built there. A conservation easement specifically says what you can and can't do in those lots. You can't build roads, you can't do anything. The whole purpose of a conservation easement is to conserve the environment. And that's what the applicant in this case would be willing to accept for any of the land that is not approved for development and is not needed for infrastructure. We do not see a real need for infrastructure in those two adjacent blocks, although the roadway is kind of like bordering it going in, so there may be some need to put some infrastructure in that area, depending on what DEP says. But this board can't deny this application based solely on environmental concerns. It has to be a planning reason, and I don't think there's any reason, and even your board engineer supported the waiver or the variance for the retaining wall. So with that said, I do thank your time. I thank the public for showing up. It's always nice to hear comments, although even when we disagree with them, their voices can be heard and should be listened to. So I appreciate it, and I would ask that the board approve this application as presented.
Okay. Comments from anybody on the board?
Yeah, I have a comment. Specifically with regard to the application before us today, and the core element of that application is the creation of a design of a retaining wall. And I haven't heard anyone speak about the negativity that could be connected with a retaining wall. And in particular, you're taking a piece of land which is contiguous to, and aside from all the designs and the sketches and the lines in code and law, it's one big piece of land. It's soil, it's wetlands, it's uplands, as we call it on the plan, but it's all just one big piece of land. A lot of it, 100 acres of it, have been chopped up to make the Brodesser Tract. The land that is dedicated to a natural environment and a natural ecosystem, that land is connected to this piece of property. I'm concerned that the creation of any kind of a surface disruption of the flow and content of the land by creation of a retaining wall could undo the balance of that whole piece of property. Not just this property, not just these lots, but the land contiguous to it, because you have to, when you look at the maps, you see that this piece of property, which they have all by right connections to, I don't have a problem with that. It's surrounded on three sides by the natural preserve, the preserve that was created by that agreement. It's the habitat, it's a home for species, it's all the things that make it almost like a church. And I think putting a wall at the edge of that is going to have a as yet undetermined impact on things like the topography, the flow of groundwater, because the water is going to seek its own level, and it might go beneath the retaining walls if it could. So I see this thing, and I hate to be overly humorous about it, but I see this thing as the Brodesser Tract being an environmental church, and I see this proposal as taking the last three pews of that church and putting a Chick-fil-A back there. It just doesn't make sense to do something like a retaining wall in an otherwise pristine natural environment before we're absolutely sure that that retaining wall is not going to damage that environment. And nobody's proved to me tonight that there is no damage. Nobody's even discussed the fact that there could be damage. And so I don't think I would vote for this at this point, because we certainly need further discussion and edification about whether or not that retaining wall is a good idea and a bad idea, not for this applicant, but for the neighbor of this applicant, which is the Brodesser Tract. And that's the crown jewel of this town, not these 22 homes. That crown jewel of this town is that natural environment, that natural ecosystem, not prepared to support cutting into it without the absolute assurance that it's not going to hurt it. And so I'm going to vote no on this. I'm going to vote no on the variance to provide that wall, because that wall, to me, has been an unproven and problematic addition to an otherwise pristine environment.
Thank you, Dan. Anybody else have any comments before we vote?
You need a motion. I assume that the best way to proceed, Mr. Manzo, what's that, the variance? The variance, because if the variance goes down, the application goes down.
Not necessarily. I mean, we could still do a subdivision. We'd have to go back to DEP and get relief from.
Once the variance goes down, the subdivision plans that you've given us are no longer viable subdivision plans. It doesn't mean that you can't resubmit on substantial difference in the new plans. But as far as you're sitting here today, the plans are, in my opinion, are based upon a grant of the variances which you have sought, in particular, the variance with respect to the height of the walls of the retaining walls in your application. I can take two votes, but I think the best place to start is to start with respect to the variance, and then if you want a separate vote on the application after the variance has been granted or denied, we can do that.
Can you just give us 2 minutes?
Yeah.
Before you vote?
That's the whole thing is a variance.
I think he said he could do it without the wall, but it's going to go into the transition area.
We're back.
We're okay with just one vote on the entire application with the variances.
So you want just one vote. So the vote then is to approve or deny the application with the subdivision application. If you vote in favor of the subdivision application, then you are granting the 4 variances which the applicant seeks. And just to reiterate what the variances are, give me 1 second. It's the height of the retaining wall, which the ordinance allows for a 2-foot retaining wall, and the applicant seeks retaining walls in excess of 6 feet and graded down to lower than that throughout the development as outlined by the engineer. The second is lot frontage with respect to Lot 24. The third is a lot area variance with respect to Lot 25. And the fourth was allowing the governing body to approve off-track affordable housing. So those are the 4 variances which are sought by way of this application. Again, if you vote in favor of the application, you are voting in favor of the variances which the applicant seeks. If you vote against the application, then you are voting against the application.
You vote against the variance.
You're voting against, well, not necessarily. That's the problem with doing just one vote, is that you're not going to get the reasoning of the board as to what was deficient in the application necessarily.
I mean, it's the board's call as to whether it's 1 vote or 2 votes or more than that.
Yes. I think that we need to move forward with a motion to either grant or deny the variance with respect to the height of the retaining wall, and then have a separate vote after that with respect to the application.
And the other variances.
And the other variances.
Okay.
Yeah, so we need a motion to either, a motion to approve or deny.
I have a question. If you deny the variance,
Yeah.
Deny the application.
how can you approve the sub-application?
You can't.
You can't.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Thank you.
I'll make the motion
The motion is to approve the C variance with respect to
to the retaining wall.
the height of the retaining wall.
We're always told to make a motion in the affirmative.
Affirmative.
Yes.
Because a tie vote means that the,
So if you vote yes, you are granting the variance with respect to the retaining wall height. If you vote no, you're voting against the variance.
I'll second it.
Okay, Deputy Mayor McDade motions, Mr. Lundholm seconds. Mr. Gorgon?
Before I give my answer, just want to make some comments here. Not that I disagree with what the public has said, I do agree with them. But because this is a preliminary approval and not a final approval, still a lot of steps that they have to take, including coming back before the planning board for a final decision. And the DEP is not going to be a quick and easy decision for them to make. Also, the fact that we put a lot of constraints and restrictions in what it is that they are allowed to do and not allowed to do, I think it puts some controls on what will take place there. But this is a by right area. They are allowed to build without coming before any board, just applying for a construction permit, and would be without all of those constraints. It would be without a retaining wall or a minimized retaining wall, which means the land would slope right into the wetland areas or the areas around it, which I think is a big problem. But with these conditions that we have applied, I think it makes a difference, and it does provide some controls. So therefore, I'm a yes.
Councilmember Bodnar?
Just want to say, before I vote, I appreciate that so many people came out tonight, and also the remarks that the public made. And also, I want to compliment council for the presentation. I know it's not easy doing a presentation under these circumstances, but thank you. It was a very professional presentation. Obviously, we're addressing the retaining wall. Ultimately, that's what it comes down to, even though we're looking at this development involving 22 residential properties. I'm struck by the scope of the orange line. When you stood up and worked with the orange magic marker, encircling such a large part of this residential development, including the entire inside of the horseshoe, which would be where the retaining wall would be located. And regarding the height of the retaining wall, I think, Mr. DeForest, I think you said that it created a bowl, the appearance of a bowl, and that's the same image that I had as far as considering this when you were laying out your testimony. In addition to seeing this retaining wall there, I see up to a 6'9" drop off the back of residential lots, which I'm really trying to wrap my head around how that is safe for this neighborhood and is something that we should be considering approving. And ultimately, when I look at the plans and see that lots 1 through 8 are inside the wetlands buffer, I recognize your right to develop the property, but when I look at what our legal standards are and what we are considering here, even with the conditions that would be put in place if this were granted, I think this would be carefully crafted if it were granted, but I do not believe that you meet the standard for the zoning standard within the law, so my vote is no.
Deputy Mayor McDade?
Yes, this application has been a delicate balance, hearing from the public with regard to the environmental issues, which, we are all well aware of. This is a 22-unit by right, could be built without this one variance that they're coming to us for. The retaining wall, I mentioned early on in my comments during several hours ago that, you're building a wall that's 7 feet high, and how dense is it? And, we're all very familiar with, this is sand, right? That's where we live. This is wetlands, so that complicates it even more. From a personal note, I actually had a retaining wall on my property in Pennsylvania that was about 8 feet high, and one day it just fell down. And so it was water, it had been constructed very well, and it had irrigation, and it had all of the appropriate runoffs, but after a great deal of time, the dirt and just gave way, and the wall fell down and had to be rebuilt again. This is the kind of thing that the power of water can do. We don't know what the impact will be on a 7-foot-high retaining wall. It is one of the reasons why I recommended perhaps you wanted to take a look at what you were putting into this area. I appreciate the time and energy that has gone into this. I know this is at the early stages, but I would implore you to take a look at, if you're going to pursue this application further, maybe coming back with something that might be a little bit more palatable and maybe something that would ease into the environment. If not, at this point in time, I can't approve this. My answer is no.
Mrs. Reed?
I concur with Deputy Mayor and Mr. Bodnar, and my vote is no.
Mr. Crowley?
I think I said what I was going to vote, and I don't need to repeat it, but I would just say one thing, that and this wall, to me, has it backwards. The wall is being put in there to protect the homes from the wetlands. And we should be all about protecting the wetlands from the homes at all possible. And so I stand by what I said before, and I just can't support this in its form. It has not proven itself. So I vote no.
Mr. Lundholm?
Excuse me, I think the wall is less impactful than a slope that could go into the wetlands for quite some feet, so I vote yes.
Mr. Riggs?
Yes.
Mr. Jones?
This is a by by right application, subdivision. We've put as many restrictions on this property as we can. I'm going to vote yes.
Mr. Bezerra?
Love this position. I can't, I have trouble visioning, it's like being in a stadium looking down where the wetlands is. And there is a possibility of taking some of the other houses, some of the inside lots possibly, sloping them down. Maybe you don't need 22 lots, and possibly redesigning it to where you could have a slope that makes it a little bit of a more natural setting. So I'm voting no.
So the motion that was in the affirmative fails, and the variance is not granted. I guess we're going to entertain a motion on the application as a whole at this point, in light of the fact that the variance has been denied for the record.
Anybody care to make a motion?
I'll make the motion.
So just to be clear, this is a motion on the preliminary major subdivision?
Correct.
And the
Okay.
remaining
And the other three variances?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. We need a second.
Second.
We have,
So it's been, I didn't hear the motion, it's to approve the subdivision?
Correct.
So a vote of yes is you're approving the subdivision, a vote of no means that you're denying the subdivision in light of the denial of the variance. Does everyone understand that?
No.
If you vote yes, you're voting to approve the subdivision. If you vote no, you're voting against the approval of the subdivision.
Approving the subdivision without a retaining wall?
No, what's before you was the retaining wall. The only reason that we're going to this vote now is so that we have clarity on the record. The variance was denied.
Question on your proposed language. How could we approve a plan which has a central element of it removed? And,
You can't.
oh, well,
That's the answer.
If the motion's been made? Motion?
no.
You can't approve the application without the variance. So the fact that we've put the motion on the table is just for clarity of the record at this point. Do you understand?
Understood that, yes.
If they were to come back with another subdivision application, it doesn't just automatically happen. It would still have to come back to the board.
Still confused.
You're confused about what?
You can't have this subdivision without that first variance for the,
So you're going to vote no. I don't know how else to explain it.
but it makes, based on your recommendation, that'll be my vote.
It's
That's
not-
all I'm going to say.
Okay. The fact is that the variance was denied. This is just for purposes of the record that the subdivision is being, it can't be approved without the variance.
Basically,
We have a motion by Deputy Mayor McDade, seconded by Mr. Riggs. Mr. Gorgon? Councilmember Bodnar?
No.
Deputy Mayor McDade?
No.
Mrs. Reed?
no.
Mr. Crowley? No. Mr. Lundholm?
No.
Mr. Riggs? No. Mr. Jones?
No.
Mr. Bezerra?
No.
Thank you. Can I entertain a motion to pay the bills?
I'll make the motion to pay the bills.
I'll second.
Seconded, Mr. Produces, seconds.
Whoa.
Okay.
I need a motion to pay the bill.
Motion?
Oh, sorry, okay.
Yes, that's okay.
I made a motion.
All in favor?
All in
Aye.
favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Okay, motion
Motion to adjourn.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Oh, my God.